Good evening, everybody. It's just gone 5:30, and we'll make a start to this evening's planning committee. First off, can I just advise everybody, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of disappointment on this one, that the meeting is not being webcast, but it is being recorded for viewing after the election period. That's to make sure that none of us are seen as being electioneering, which we'll hear more on in a moment. Can I just ask everybody that's going to be speaking this evening to adjust your microphones, make sure that they're turned on when it's your turn to speak, turned off when it's not, and adjusted so that you're speaking into it so everybody can hear what is being said. The filming, the webcasting, is also linked to the microphone, so it's quite important that they're on so the camera is pointing at you. The committee is working on an almost paperless basis, so officers and members will be using electronic devices predominantly to access their papers and other information regarding the applications. Can I ask Sean Murphy, please, to remind us about the pre-election period statement?
Thank you very much, Chair. This is just to remind all councillors present and members of the public that we are currently in the pre-election period. This commenced on the 27th of March. While the legal guidance and law concerning the pre-election period recognises that councils must continue their ordinary business of delivering public services and decision-making, and that includes this committee, it also places strict limits on how the council conducts its publicity and how we use council resources and manage council meetings during this period. The guidance and the law requires us not to use any council facilities or resources to support political parties, to promote candidates or to directly influence voters. To that end, I would ask that councillors present and members of the public avoid any discussion this evening that could be seen to be influencing voting for a particular party or potential candidate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I ask the committee clerk, please, to read out the public announcement?
Thank you, Chair. Council members, officers and members of the public are reminded that the use of mobile electronic devices during all meetings of the Council held in public is permitted for the use of Wi-Fi services only. You are asked to please leave the meeting should you wish to make or receive a telephone call. If the fire alarm goes off, please proceed down the stairs to the reception hall and out the front entrance to congregate in Queen's Gardens. The members of the committee will now introduce themselves.
Thank you very much. Councillor Paul Scott, Chair of the Planning Committee.
Heather Cheeseborough, Director of Planning and Strategic Transport.
Councillor Humayun Kabir, Vice Chair of the Committee.
Jason Perry, Councillor for Crome Ward.
Chris White, Gorton East.
Councillor Jamie Audsley, Member in Bensham Manor.
Councillor Joy Prince, Warden Ward.
My name is Matt Dygan, I'm a Town Planner.
Good evening, my name is Pete Smith, I'm the Head of Development Management at Croydon.
Hi, my name is Barry Valentine, I'm a Planning Officer.
My name is Tom Selby, I'm part of the placemaking team.
Councillor Bernadette Khan, West Thornton Ward.
Cleona May, Democratic Services, I'll be clerking the meeting.
And my name is Sean Murphy, I'm the Legal Advisor to the committee.
Thank you very much, everybody. We've got a few apologies for lateness. Councillor Wimborne, Councillor Clancy and Councillor Sharon Chowdhury are going to be joining us but are running a bit late. I know at least two of them are stuck as a result of the train problems into East Croydon at the moment. There are no further apologies, though, and we'll have the regular committee we've got no substitutes. Minutes of the last meeting, held on the 5th of April. Are those agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Do we have any disclosures of interest for the items we're going to be hearing tonight? I understand we've got two, at least.
Thank you very much, Chairman. As a season ticket holder at Crystal Palace, so I'll declare that interest when we get to those items.
Season ticket holder also Crystal Palace, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We have no items of urgent business, and we which brings us on to the development presentations, of which we have two. The running order for those will be as published. The running order for, just so everybody is aware, for the planning applications will be the reverse order from what is printed, so 6.4, 6.3, 6.2 and finally 6.1. Okay, so the first of the developer presentations, applicant presentations, is for 330 Purley Way, and we have Mr. Tutty, Mr. Parrell and Mr. Smith, I believe. Gentlemen, you have up to a quarter of an hour to tell us about your application, or your potential application, so I say.
Thank you, Chair. This is our second time presenting to the Croydon Planning Committee. Our last presentation was in July and also was preceded by a presentation to the Place Review panel. We presented a retail-only scheme which was sought to be delivered over 2 phases. We took into account the comments of the Place Review panel and the Planning Committee. As a result of those, we were instructed by our client to make fundamental changes to the development in terms of its land use, layout and design. As we'll come on to shortly, we've maintained some of the elements, or most of the elements that you liked in terms of the architectural design, but have sought to address all the concerns raised about the development previously. So just to run through the scheme briefly, the site is located to the west of Croydon Town Centre on Purley Way. It's currently occupied by John Lewis store and its associated servicing, car parking and some unused hard standing. It's located just to the north of Wadden Ponds, close to Beddington Park and Wandle Park. This section of Purley Way is categorised by large format retail warehousing and industrial buildings, with residential land uses located to the south and east. These are just some images of the current condition of the site, with the unused hard standing on the top right image. Those present for our previous presentation may remember this retail-only scheme, which was sought to be delivered over 2 phases. Phase 1 was in full, delivering 2 retail units to the rear of the John Lewis, and then outline planning permission for the remaining development, which would be delivered should John Lewis vacate the site. The comments and the concerns raised by the committee and the PRP previously were principally the signalised junction and the urbanisation that created, the ability for pedestrians and cyclists to move through the site down to Wadden Ponds, to Wandle Park and to Beddington Park. Also, the amount of landscaping and the land uses that were proposed, or a desire to see a wider mix of land uses.
It's worth, in the context of the proposals that we will talk through in detail shortly, just summarising the contractual constraints on the site as they exist today. There is the site is shown in red and blue there. The reason for the different colours is that the area in red is leased to John Lewis, who have a lease running until 2025, which we're unable to contractually break. That provides them with the store itself and a minimum of 168 car parking spaces at the front. The area shaded in blue is what they've referred to as overflow car parking, and it's on a separate lease which we're able to terminate with 6 months' notice from any date going forward. The only constraint that we have to work with on that is, I guess, of significance in relation to the design that you'll, or Ian and Harris Partnership will talk through shortly, is that we must provide a minimum of 120 spaces for John Lewis within that blue area. So we can terminate the lease in the blue area, but we must provide a minimum of 120 spaces for the ongoing occupation of John Lewis under their store, which is shown in the red area.
Thank you. And also, just in respect to the blue land, we have provided copies of the lease to the council to review those restrictions. There's also restrictions in terms of no-build zones in the front car park, and the land uses we can provide on the blue land, which is principally restricted to retail, while the tenant is in occupation on the red land. So, moving on to the proposal as it is now, we again are seeking a 2-phase planning permission. Seeking full planning permission for Phase 1, which will comprise the delivery of 3 new units in the land between the John Lewis and Curry stores. We're still in negotiations with tenants, but we anticipate that these units will be occupied by Aldi, Smith's Toys and a coffee operator. The Phase 1 will deliver in the short term environmental enhancements to the site in respect of its general appearance, architectural design. It will allow us to deliver enhancements in terms of pedestrian permeability to the site, down to Wadden Ponds, to Wandle Park and other areas nearby. And it would also be economic benefits in terms of jobs creation, salary generation and other positive economic spin-offs. And Ian from the Harris Partnership will now take us through further the design.
So from the previous design, one of the comments that the committee raised previously and the Place Review panel had raised was that the architecture was stuck at the back of the site at Phase 1. What you'll see now is we've moved the main body of the architecture in line with the Curry's unit and the John Lewis unit. We've created these really grand spaces at the front. They're a minimum of 8 metres in width for the actual hardscape, and then they go up to 11 metres, incorporating the waved landscaping zones, which will incorporate bench seating and low-level landscaping on that promenade face of the retail units. We've really tried to strengthen the green links through the car park. But one of the main things that we've tried to do is the destination of Wadden Ponds. Wadden Ponds is probably one of the best things about this site. It's not on our site. So getting these links through to Wadden Ponds has been key. We've created this wayfinding strategy where you see in the top right-hand corner where main location. We believe this is where most people will enter the site in terms of on pedestrian foot. And so this has been a key location for the wayfinding strategy. We're proposing these kind of boards there, which will kind of celebrate the ponds, explaining the routes through, showcase the kind of the variety of the species that are there, both in terms of the flora and fauna, and the treatment into the wider public realm strategy. Going back to kind of green space strategies, it's been really key to make sure that it both gives height, primarily onto the Purley Way. So we've really focused kind of deep landscape beds on the Purley Way side, integrating these as well within the wider scheme of making sure that the pedestrian route, spine road that's kind of going through the site in the centre is a tree-lined boulevard. And then you can see in the bottom left-hand corner the low-level undulating planters, which I was mentioning earlier. One of the comments that was raised previously was the sea of tarmac, I think it was dubbed in the previous presentation. We've addressed that in this iteration with looking at kind of learning from the best again, which is Elliott's Field in Rugby uses a block paving to the aisles and then has tarmac limited to the bays. And we see this as a really kind of clean strategy, and this is something that we want to incorporate here. And you can see in the bottom right how we're proposing to do that, which is the block paving to the aisles in grey and then the tarmac to the bays. Keep it, as Ray kind of hinted at earlier, the architecture was seen quite positively by everyone at the Place Review panel, just in terms of the elevation treatment itself, and the concerns were its placement on the site. So we've kept a lot of those points from last time. In fact, we kept all of them in terms of the architectural design, having a material palette, again, which is inspired from the best out there, full structural glass, and then a fake, which is a Koya timber, which is basically pickled, which is going to keep the timber looking as great on day one as it will do in 15 years' time. You can see there the design development of how it moves to the front now, and how we've got those planters to the front. Flicking through the CGI views, you see here this is the point of where we will put the wayfinding strategy, the main location for that. And you kind of see the introduction of the landscape beds there and the links through, and how now it sits quite comfortably next to the John Lewis. Again, what we've got here is a daytime visual of kind of an aerial view of the site. You'll see what I was referring to before with the depth of the landscaping to the boundary and the height that we're trying to get there with the trees. Again, at night, it's really important to make sure that this is a day and dust strategy, and the elevation treatment with the structural glass allows for great opportunities there in terms of a day and dust strategy. You'll see here, nestled within the context of the John Lewis and the Currys, and then likewise the planters to the front of the front of the stores, giving that separation to the car park and the safety for the public realm.
Also, we've recently had our second review of this scheme on the basis of the revised development, and we had the pre-RP report was issued a couple of days ago. And in respect of Phase 1, it confirms that the overall design is acceptable, which is a position we believe officers also support. In respect of Phase 2 in the application will be an outline fully with all matters reserved, including design and access. The land uses proposed will be residential, Class B employment and retail, albeit retail will reduce in size compared to the John Lewis store currently on site. The purpose of the design exercise we're about to take you through is to demonstrate that the mix of land uses in accordance with the local plan allocation can be delivered on the site. They can sit alongside the commercial and residential uses, can sit alongside one another. This is to ensure that the allocation is not prejudiced by the delivery of Phase 1. And the response from the PRP in respect to Phase 2 is that these land uses in design terms can all be accommodated on this site, which is quite positive. So while we can provide commitment in terms of the design of Phase 2, because we don't know exactly when that will come forward, we have provided confirmation to the Council in terms of the residential development and it meeting all relevant policy requirements in terms of affordable housing units, tenure type and other housing requirements in terms of amenity space, minimum 3 beds, etc. Ian will take us through Phase 2 design.
So just flicking now, this is the Phase 1, just to remind you, and then Phase 2, you'll see the removal of the John Lewis site. So I'll just flick again back. You see Phase 1 and then Phase 2. So what we're proposing is the 2 lower blue elements of that plan on the screen to the 2 retail units. The one on the right of the screen, flanking the Purley Way, we're imagining that has the potential to be able to integrate residential above that, and then you'll see flanking the Wadham Ponds 2 residential units there, and then at the rear left of the site, as you're looking at it on the screen, the trade unit. So again, just to run through the massing, this is the Phase 1, very simple, and then Phase 2, Phase 1 and Phase 2. What we've been really key to do, and this is following the PRP's feedback, was make sure that the links through have increased. And so we have since gone away and looked from the PRP feedback and made sure that these links are much larger. We've now got an 11-metre wide link going through into a new public square. This is hinting again at the residential sat above the block. This is the view from that public square that we've created, with both the retail unit wrapping round with the glazing there, and also the residential units looking down onto the public square. Now we've not designed this in great detail yet, as you'll appreciate, because it's all matters reserved. But the aspirations for the site are to create a really high quality material palette, just like we are doing in Phase 1. And again, learning from the best, this is trying to create a warming material palette. The glass, the timber, the brick, trying to get expression to the form of the units as well. The landscape treatment as well is going to be absolutely key here. Towards Wadham Ponds, there is no strong pedestrian link on that side of the site at the moment, so we're creating a full new footpath. What we're also doing is we're encouraging the links permeability through the site in form of the 2 public squares. These also house the play spaces as well. And you'll see here, this is the indicative CGI that we've done, kind of taking that warm material palette, again linking back to the retail architecture in terms of the fact of the banding that we proposed on the retail, and then having these expressive window frames. And again, you can kind of see the spaces that we're trying to create with the play spaces as well. What we've proposed and what you've seen in kind of great detail there was was one way it could be done. Now, there are many ways that this site could be treated in the future phases. This shows a kind of a courtyard option to the site. Again, taking on board the PRP's feedback of potentially looking at townhouses in the dashed blue line on the screen, and then having a higher mass in the pink aspect on the left. And again, flanking that with some 2-storey townhouses in yellow. Again, this could also be done in an open format as well. And PRP, they mentioned actually going quite high. So this is another option there with really increasing that mass, going up to potentially 6 stories to the flanking the Wadham Ponds and getting that visual aspect and links and connections through there. You see the massing images on the right of the screen as well. Cycle parking as well, it's key to mention that, both in Phase 1 and Phase 2. One of the comments at PRP, and we've been working with the council on as well, was integrating these throughout the site. And so we've done that. We've put them both flanking the Purley Way, encouraging people to get off and walk, and then also flanking them directly outside the retail units as well. And I think that's it.
You've reached your 15 minutes.
Excellent. On the nose.
So you've done, have you? Excellent. Good timing. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll open this up to the committee for questions and comments. Anybody? Councillor Chowdhury.
Sorry, Chair, I was a bit late because I had to delay for the old train in Victoria. Right. Is this the social housing, which is only one, I think, 1 8-bedroom, 8 3-bedroom flats. Only one is being allocated. Is it correct? Or because I know we appreciate it almost over 40% they are going to give for social housing, but according to the paper, I think only 1 3-bedroom, which is we needed more 3-bedroom properties.
No, that's not actually correct. We're proposing at the moment 56 residential units on the site. 28 of those will be 3-bed, 16 2-bed, and 12 1-bed.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Clearly, the scheme's come on a long way since we saw it last time. You didn't get to sort of the unit that's at the back. You spent time on the residential. But there's a unit at the back of the scheme, and I wasn't quite sure how that was working, and also the impact on Mill Lane. Mill Lane at the moment is really sort of an exit-only route from the stores that are there. How are you planning? I see there was another road going in and a road at the back. So can you give us a bit more information around that element?
So the unit to the rear is a Class B employment use. We're anticipating kind of depending on demand, trade counter type operations or straight kind of light industrial in accordance with what we see in the adjacent industrial building. In terms of the use of Mill Lane, our transport consultant is in discussions with Croydon and TfL. There hasn't been any concern raised about the site access or egress from the site and use of Mill Lane. In Phase 2, if it was to progress in terms of this design, as previously, customers could exit onto Mill Lane, whereas this would stop that, and it would just be for service vehicles and those accessing the residential developments. So there would be quite a shift in terms of the amount of traffic using that road.
The unit out the rear, just picking up on that further, in the first phase, you just leave that land fallow. Is there no use you could actually put that land to, even if it was as a sort of meanwhile type use? Maybe, I don't know, small workshops in containers or whatever, because it could be a fair while that site just sits there empty. Or indeed, could you not bring forward the that element in the first phase?
Comes back to the contractual constraints that are set upon us under the terms of the 2 leases. So within the red line shown on the screen there is the John Lewis store lease. That stipulates that uses within the blue line, if the blue area is to be terminated, which we can do, must only be retail uses. So we are not able, under the terms of the John Lewis lease in the red area, have anything other than retail use in the blue area once we've broken and implemented the development, which we can't extract ourselves from contractually.
Okay, it's unfortunate. Councillor Prince?
Yes, thank you. In Phase 1, you've said that there's a lot more landscaping, and you've tried to move away from the solid tarmac. And it's judging from the CGIs and the diagrams, that the mixture of brick and tarmac is better. But I have a feeling that what we meant by that was so much hard standing. The trees look nice in the pictures, but neither in phase 1 nor phase 2 have you seized the opportunity to deculvert the River Wandle, which goes right across the site towards the ponds. And this link with the ponds, I think, should be far more than just a nice view of being able to see through to the ponds and have a bit of pedestrian access. And maybe even if, I'm not sure of the exact route that it takes, but I would have thought that deculverting the Wandle across the whole of the site would be nice, but as a minimum, in the vicinity of the residential units would have been, would add immeasurably, really, to the ambience, to the pleasantness of the place. And my other questions were about the likely points for entry and egress from the site.
So, firstly, in respect of the deculverting, as you see on the plan, the line of that currently sits outside our site. So, in terms of the kind of blue squiggle above the, so it goes over the Curry's land to the north. That's the culvert. So, the water route that was created previously by Tesco was essentially creating a new water course around the scheme. So that would be located, obviously in phase 1 we can't deliver it, John Lewis is there. In phase 2 is where we envisage the residential sitting. One of the reasons that we believe Tesco created that water feature because they were creating quite a large building in terms of site coverage. It occupied the majority of the site, so that was a means of softening the development. In terms of our phase 2 development, we don't think we can bring forward all the other land uses and the the water feature that Tesco provided previously.
As a matter of interest, do you know what the route of the Wandle originally was before it was culverted? And if it ran across the site, could that not be picked up in some way in the landscaping? Obviously, it's outside of the site at the moment, but if it originally ran more diagonally.
I'm not sure originally, but I do know that this site from aerial views has been was previously a factory. It was a car factory pre the Second World War. That is the earliest aerial view I've seen. So I'm not 100% sure distinctly the original route of the Wandle.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Audley.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. Yeah, just, I guess, building on Councillor Prince's comments there about kind of wayfinding the journey. Obviously, the paper in front of us contains feedback from the Place Review panel around the link between ponds and park. And obviously, there's some pictures of kind of cycling facilities at the front of your development. But maybe you could just go into depth about how you're taking on that feedback from the Place Review panel and indeed the journey if I'm cycling from the park to the pond and just joining it up more effectively.
Yeah, so we've worked quite hard actually at integrating the cycling at different points where we think people will enter the site. So we've you see on the view in front of you there, that's kind of the first interjection of the site. And then we've got quite a large boulevard going through the centre points. I'll just flick back to that. Here, where the tree line boulevard is. So that's 3.5 metres wide, so it's wide enough to take both a pedestrian with a buggy, for example, and a cyclist on that. You wouldn't necessarily want to do that in the respect of, I think, cycling through the site on the pedestrian link, potentially a little bit dangerous, but we've got interjections all the way through the site of where you could store the bike safely.
May I just... Thank you for that. So, I don't know, I guess... But in terms of that broader contribution to kind of joining up these two, the park and the pond, like with respect, do you seem to be making no contribution to that broader journey?
For cyclists particularly?
For anyone, really. I mean, like signage, the idea that it could be... I mean, you seem very focused on your site as opposed to my broader interpretation of what would be required for effective journeys, be they pedestrian or indeed cycling.
Our transport consultant, sorry, take one step back. The previous scheme had a signalised junction to the site, and that would provide better access across Purley Way for pedestrians and cyclists. In this scheme, we no longer have that. Our transport consultant is speaking to TfL about ways of, when you get to the Purley Way, how you actually get across, because there's currently signalised control at Mill Lane, just to our south, and then further north. In terms of cyclists, I suppose, going from One Ponds to Wandle Park, I think the slightly more accessible route for them is probably just to continue up Mill Lane and straight on, and you go up, the name of the road is lost to me now, but Wandle Road, and then you take a left up to the tram station, and that's the straight, that would be the straight route, I would say, and there is adequate provision there.
Okay. Clearly, most of the benefits, wider benefits, would come from the second phase. How couldn't we be assured that those benefits, the mixed use, particularly the residential, would actually come forward? Because it does look like, from the images we've seen, you'd be knocking down a bigger store, the existing John Lewis, to build 2 smaller stores, and if this was considered to still be seen as a sort of retail-driven scheme, is that actually going to be viable? Also, 56 units. I think the units, you've only got 2 stories, I think, above the retail. Could that not be a lot more ambitious? I mean, I'm conscious that, for example, with the new South Quarter, which is very close to here, you've actually got buildings that go up to 10 stories, for example. I'm not saying necessarily this is the right spot for that tall, but could you not be a bit more ambitious than just 2 stories? And equally with the blocks down Mill Lane, obviously subject to their impact on neighbours, could they not be a bit more ambitious as well?
Just addressing the first point above the main retail units, it's quite a sensitive site, that portion of the site. It flanks the existing terrace houses on Mill Lane, which kind of, it almost joins up as a triangle with our intervention as we're putting there. So we've been very keen to kind of respect the neighbours in some elements of that, making sure that the massing of it is kind of tiered away from it. It also harmonises quite nicely in terms of the built form, in terms of creating that almost L shape of connecting the entire retail aspect in. I think if you'd have put something too high on that, it might appear too dominating over the Mill Lane terrace houses and sit quite odd against the retail massing.
And also, just to again confirm, this is clearly only one way this could be delivered. When we all matters are reserved in terms of this application, it will be determined as part of our reserved matters, and then at that stage, depending on development viability, demand, the scheme could look quite different should John Lewis choose to vacate the site. And then going back to your initial question in terms of the guarantee that this kind of mix of uses or a mix of uses would come forward, the council has just adopted its new development plan. There's a site-specific allocation on this site for this mix of land uses. Even if this permission was to expire and we were to apply again, that land allocation is still there. It's a major development. We will come back to committee and it will be the council to determine. So there is that safety net, I suppose.
I would say, there's a fairly big gap between the back of the block, taking the point that is indicative at this stage, there's a fairly big gap between the back of that and the terraced housing. It's something that could be explored, I think, because what we would want to look for here is maximisation of within reason, of the residential use of the site. So please take that on board if you're still involved for the scheme at that stage.
Yes,
and
that's something that came through with the PRP as well, about maximising the massing towards Wadden Ponds, and that's certainly something to be explored when it's actually designed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bernadette Con.
What children's recreational facilities have been incorporated into any of this? Because you're going to have a lot of children around, both in
Councillor Khan, could you move your microphone a bit closer, please?
Sorry.
Thank you.
With the commercial aspects of life there, as well as the residential. So what has been incorporated into a recreational facility for children? Thank you.
So in terms of the Phase 2 development, when the residential comes forward, it gives us the ability to create a couple of public squares. This is one option which, again, it's all open to design, and we thought we would have a couple of playgrounds, one that the residents could use, but also the public could use if they were on their way down to Wadden Ponds or just in the area, and then there would unlikely to be a private amenity space as well, doorstop play for children. The Phase 2 land, when that opens up, that gives us the ability to do a lot more with the site, and particularly play space, as you queried.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Have you thought of any water play facility at all around any of that? What I mean by that is where you have fountain springs that children can run through and colours come up. Has there been any kind of, which isn't a high maintenance job?
Yes, again, as I say, we can do. There's any number of things we could do with Phase 2. The ultimate design would need to be agreed with the council, and if that's something the council would want, a water feature in the area, we could look at that, or perhaps this kind of formal play space, or other options. If we come back here in 6-7 years, and someone else might have a better, another idea, that we would be open to all suggestions in that respect.
Thank you, Chair.
I think that what's coming across in a number of comments now is whilst you might not be able to deculvert the Wandle and bring it through the site, some kind of sort of reflection of the water in this area. It was quite a low-lying area. There used to be lots of ponds and things in the area, and the river running through, etc. So it would be interesting if that could inform in the future the development of aspects of the landscape, aspects of the play, that kind of thing. Mr. Smith wanted to come in, and then I'll bring Councillor Prince back in.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to just remind members that so this is a pre-app that is actually seeking to submit a hybrid application. So it's going to be partly detailed, and that is the retail element, and then it's partly an outline. So it's the principle of the mixed-use retail and residential on Phase 2. And I think following on from the Chair's comments around looking at unit numbers and understanding 56 and whether there's capacity to look at additional accommodation, I think it's worth pointing out, and we'll be expecting as part of the application that there will be, there'll be various parameters and various sort of schemes that the scheme we would need to assess as a broad parameter. But one of those parameters will be a minimum number of residential units. So at the moment, this scheme is seeking, is currently looking at 56. Now, the application, if the applicant comes in with 56, we would expect that to be identified as a parameter. That's the minimum amount of residential that we propose, but we'd want some indicative schemes to show how that amount of accommodation could be accommodated on the site. Now, if there's capacity on the site to deliver more, and it sounds like there's a suggestion that that might be the case, then the application will then have a minimum that will be a high number. So that's how the applicant will respond to those points. In terms of the detail of play space, and that will be a detailed matter following on from a grant of outline planning permission, and that will be a later consideration. But they're very welcome in terms of the importance of play space. We need to understand what the child yield is likely to be to give an understanding of what the play space requirements might be at a more detailed stage.
I think it's an absolute take the point there, but I think actually it's useful, I think, to start to get some of these ideas on it. It was interesting to hear about the playgrounds in the courtyards, for example, how one of those would be for the local kids, maybe one of them more open and accessible, so those kids bored senseless by their parents shopping. So if those kind of things were taken on board, I think it's a good point that Mr. Smith makes there about the sort of minimum level of housing, and I think everybody's saying the same thing here. Push this site. Let's really get a decent amount of housing out of this site, as well as the retail provision as well. Okay, Councillor Prince, and then Councillor Kabir. Thank you very much,
Chair. I wonder if we could go back to highways issues. Sorry, I should have said before that this site is in my ward, so I know it quite well. And my particular concern is for the residents of Mill Lane, both in phase one and the completed site. As Councillor Perry said earlier on, they already suffer quite a lot with the exit from the John Lewis site being right along past their front doors. So if you could explain a bit more about that. Thank you.
So as shown in phase 2, one of the options is to close that to customer egress, and then it would just be servicing exiting at the egress point closest to the houses. There would be additional traffic further down Mill Lane, where the residential occupiers would enter the site in addition to the servicing vehicles. In terms of the phase 1 development, the junctions remain as they currently are, with an entrance to the south and then also on Trojan Way to the north. In terms of the vehicle movements, while we are providing, I think, 4,500 square metres of additional floor space, there's a marginal net increase of car parking spaces. So we're trying to better utilise the car parking spaces that are there, to reduce, to essentially, as I say, make better use of the car parking that is there.
Councillor Prince.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. So during phase 1, there will be a lot more cars leaving via the Mill Lane exit than there are at the moment?
Yeah, well, there's additional floor space, so it is reasonable that there would be additional cars, additional vehicle movements, but we have to demonstrate that case that is acceptable to both the council and then in terms of Purley Way to TfL, and that would form part of the application.
Okay, Councillor Kabir. And then I'm going to ask Councillor Pelling to come forward and put his view as another local ward councillor.
Thank you. I just wanted to know the time gap between phase 1 and 2. That will be.
So phase 2 would be delivered should John Lewis vacate the site. And as Peter has been through previously, they have a lease running for quite a number of years still. We don't have control over taking that back in advance of that date.
So just for absolute clarity, John Lewis, in the store that they occupy in the red area that's on the plans that we can hopefully bring back up, that they have a lease running till 2025 that as landlord and developer we are unable to terminate. It's at the whim of John Lewis. In the blue area on the plan there is a break with 6 months notice, so we're able to terminate that lease and implement phase 1 subject to obtaining a consent.
Okay, Councillor Pelling, do you want to come forward and give us your thoughts on what you've seen, what you've heard?
Thank you very much, Chair and members, for meeting an hour early to hear this item. I welcome the comments made by the applicant about how there's a great deal of flexibility on this, and obviously a great deal can happen between now and 2025 or an earlier release of the John Lewis lease on the site. Like you, Chair, I would very much like to see additional housing coming from the result of this, and for some very good thoughts to be given as to how critical mass can be built on this site. Perhaps building on from Mill Lane. To some extent, obviously there can be questions about the dangers of isolation of property development along an area still heavily dominated by retail. Although it is very good news, I think, for that first site, which is really quite derelict, isn't it, really, to come into operation. Chair, I was somewhat taken aback by your comments earlier about a 10-storey tower. And at some stage I would like a little bit of maybe qualification on that, because the properties in Mill Lane are, they're quite low two-storey buildings, and I'd be interested to know what sort of planning considerations would be given to such an acceleration in terms of height from Mill Lane. Additionally, as regards to Mill Lane, I think I'm right in understanding, but I might have misunderstood, that there is still to be a service road behind that retail operation that is in phase 2 behind Mill Lane. And I just wonder, in some ways, in terms of massing and obviously it's a commercial decision rather than a planning one really, but is to whether or not all of it could be housing behind Mill Lane, because that does create that kind of critical mass and creating an additional sense of community. Because it isn't only just residents in Mill Lane that are affected, but also residents in Limes Avenue as well, who overlook Mill Lane as well. So those are the kind of concerns that I would have. In addition, the better the quality of the screening on Purley Way, the more attractive it will be for residents living in Purley Way and Jennet Road, and indeed ultimately in the New South Quarter. It's excellent that the applicant is going to be talking with TfL. I think that's an important consideration in trying to create this walking route, as it were, because that's quite a challenge, I'm sure, in terms of walking from New South Quarter. And, of course, the opportunity is there, isn't it, to be able to create a good walking link actually from the tram stop at Wandle Park through the New South Quarter and to this point on to Wadden Ponds and indeed on across the borough boundary. I suspect, Chair, that the river must have run to this site at some stage, just to think where the river currently is, close to Wadden Ponds and when you go over the border into Sutton. I think the final point that I would make before reposing my question about the 10-storey tower is that I just wonder whether some of this housing delivery can come in phase one on the site. I suspect, I hear, that it's not possible because of the conditions of the lease. Yes, that probably was what I understand, which is a shame. So it would be nice to have some reassurance about additional housing units. But as I say, to repose my question, I think residents in Mill Lane would be shocked to think that there might be a 10-storey tower coming behind them. That's not probably what they would have thought when they would have read these papers that were coming to committee today. Thank you very much, Chair, for allowing me to talk.
Thank you. Just to be very clear, what I was saying was there was a 10-storey, the development of New South Quarter steps up to 10 stories, but that's a much bigger scheme than this is ever going to possibly be. I wouldn't suggest that this would necessarily be appropriate for anything anywhere near that sort of scale. But it was really sort of more in reference to the fact that at the moment it's a modest 2 addition on top of the retail and 4-storey scheme, and whether that could be pushed. Also, I mean, clearly the team here would need to go away and design that, look at it with our planners to see what kind of massing would be appropriate, etc. And I don't think any of us would want to, throw a figure in the air and say that's how big it should be at this stage. That would be wholly inappropriate. It's the point that that you could get more on the site, it would appear. And equally, an interesting point around the potential to actually, instead of having the industrial units around the back, have the whole of Mill Lane essentially residential, which is, again, a further interesting point that could be taken away and considered.
And again, coming back to that point, it is frustratingly one of the contractual constraints of the site that the John Lewis lease stipulate that in the blue area we can only use for retail. So industrial, as per your earlier query, residential, as per the latest question, is contractually something we can't propose, unfortunately.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the presentation. Interesting debate there as well. Hopefully, some good pointers. I think generally the committee seems to be much happier with what we're seeing now than what we've seen before. I think the ideas around the landscaping seem to be developing well. I think it would be worth doing a little bit of research on what the original route of the Wandle was, and if that could be reflected in the paving and maybe the use of blue pavers as opposed to red pavers or whatever, just to show that route, then it would be an interesting way of actually informing the landscape, the design of the landscape, and maybe the routes, the cycle and walking route through, for example. That may work, it may not, but I think it's certainly worth investigating. And also the sort of references to the watery past of the site, with the ponds, etc., and the sort of marshy area that this used to be, I think would be interesting in terms of things such as the future development of play and community spaces as well. We've talked quite a lot about the potential for additional residential on the site. I think that clearly is a very important issue for us all. I think it is an interesting point, the idea about potentially the whole of Mill Lane becoming residential, not necessarily having the industrial at the far end of it. Although I do think, if I recall correctly, is that not the scaffolding yard opposite it? So that might not necessarily work. It's just as a thought that could be looked at. Yeah, it is a bit frustrating that it's a full scheme for the one half, the less interesting half, with all due respect, and then all the other things, all the goodies come in the second phase. But even so, I think that's something to look forward to. Let's say this is an area that's going to be developing significantly, I'm sure, over the next couple of decades. So, being a key part of that, I think, is important. I don't think I'm going to say anything further at this stage. You've heard what the committee have had to say, and I'm sure the officers have taken a note of it. That note, much of it may be relevant in 7 or 8 years' time, but who knows, it might even happen earlier than that. So thank you very much, gentlemen, and we look forward to seeing an application sometime in the near future.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, the next application the next presentation is for the Holmesdale Road stand, Selhurst Park. This is linked to the application that we're going to be hearing in a little while, but is at this stage only at pre-app level. So to avoid any confusion, it is the same football ground. So I have on my list here Mr. Rastrick and Mr. Marshall, but I can see the three of you. So if you'd like to introduce yourselves, and then you've got up to 15 minutes to tell us about your proposals.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for allowing us to present to you tonight. Our architects, KSS, Nick Marshall and Luke Rastrick, MRPP planning consultants, are with us here. We are going to present the Holmesdale Road residential scheme, which is a result of our presentation to the committee for the main stand application, which I'm sure you are very much aware of. I'll hand straight over to Luke Rastrick, who will start the presentation.
Thank you. So, as Guy explained, members will be well aware that there's a planning application later on the agenda to deal with the main stand, and also be well aware that as part of that proposal, there would be a loss of 6 homes on Woodison Close. Now, this proposal is in direct response to that. Both the Council and the GLA have policies dealing with what ought to happen in these situations, and the local plan refers to not permitting developments which would result in a net loss of homes, and the London plan, loss of housing, including affordable housing, should be resisted unless the housing is replaced at existing or higher densities with at least equivalent floor space. So that really sets the scene for the brief in terms of these replacement homes, and that means that we need to be providing at least 6 4-bedroom, 6-person units, 6-person being 2 double bedrooms and 2 single bedrooms, and each of those houses are 98 square metres, so in total 588 square metres, which net floor space, which we're going to be seeking to re-provide. Also, with them being family units, part of the brief would be to provide some outdoor amenity space also. I'll now hand over to Nick.
Thanks, Luke. Yeah, I think I presented quite a long preamble to the last application, so this one is somewhat more truncated. But what we're talking about is the 2-storey south stand. The 2-tier south stand. It's the only 2-tier stand at the ground, and it stretches some 5 stories tall. So on the right-hand side of your screen, it's that stand we're talking about. The main stand application that is up for determination this afternoon. That's up for determination this afternoon, this evening, is the one at the forefront there. So it's the one on the south. For those of you who are season ticket holders, that's what it looks like on the inside. You'll be more aware of it looking much more like the right-hand side than the left-hand side, but ultimately it's an 8,000-seater stand. Externally, you'll also be aware from previous presentations that Holmesdale Road is a very significant fall on it. You'll see a little bit more detail on that, but ultimately it's a fall of about 13 metres across the length of the stand from the top of the road at Park Road down to the bottom at the entrance to the football ground. The ground actually slopes further into the site at the car park level. But we are basically dealing with that slope that sits against the edge of the building, and it's looking to remove all of the single-storey buildings in that location. We'll come on to that in a minute, but just a little bit of background on the site. Everybody should know. It's really a residential area with Sainsbury's and the club at the centre of it. The Holmesdale Road stand is 5 stories tall. It's quite prominent, although approach views from the eastern boundary are actually quite significantly diminished, just purely because of the landscaping height. It's obviously predominantly a residential area. And then this is the sort of interesting part of the slide, really. The level drop really is part of the back of the Crystal Palace hill, brings it down to quite a significant level. And you'll see in the proposals later how we utilise the slope to actually gain access to the ground while separating the residential away. So what we're talking about, that is a drawing on the left-hand side from the proposed application, so that's the roof plan, is to develop that southern strip along Holmesdale Road. There are further explanatory sections a little bit later on that basically describe the difference in levels from the top of the site to the bottom of the site, that actually describe how we actually get access to the residential parts of the development. But ultimately it's 2 stories of residential, and the proposal really is to develop that as part of an extension to that existing application, the same architectural style. But what it really is going to do is remove that low-lying element against the rear of Holmesdale Road, which ultimately is most of the ground access facilities and small areas of box office and all of that sort of stuff that's associated with the club, and re-provide some of that as part of the proposal in a much neater streetscape. So that's the idea, is to take that round in that wrap. This is the proposal for 9 units, so we're exceeding the outline brief as part of the response to the application for the main stand, and it's comprised of 7 4-bedroom properties in the centre, a 1-bedroom property which is ultimately a flat at the eastern boundary, which is the right-hand side of your screen, and a 3-bedroom property on the left-hand side, and that is really just a function of how the plan curves. What it actually does, and it's a good solution to what could be quite difficult if we actually provided flatted developments, is provide duplex units. So these are self-contained units that are accessed off a deck accessway, and that deck accessway is actually level access from the eastern part of the stand. So residents would access on the right-hand side of that plan and walk along to their unit, and they have their own defensible space in that respect. And then it's a reception room and kitchen diner at the lower level, and then the upper level is for the centre units. It's, as Luke described, it's 2 double bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and 2 single bedrooms, and then the mix is obviously slightly different on the ends. In terms of responding to amenity, the current properties in Woodson Close have gardens of around 40 square metres. We're proposing a private amenity spaces on the roof of around 50 square metres, which is effectively the footprint of the units. So the units are about 100 square metres overall, which again responds to that brief, and then ultimately the extra properties are an over-provision based on the requirement. So that is the plan for a typical unit, accessed by its own front door, as opposed to having a lift lobby and stair entrance. The benefit of having this type of arrangement is actually that we can free up the lower levels, which would normally, if we provided flatted development, they'd probably be clustered around a core, and that core would go through the club's access areas. So this is actually quite a good solution for both the football club and for the properties. That's a typical end unit. So in these sections, I know they're a little bit difficult to see, I think, on screen, but ultimately what they are is a view from the left-hand side at the south to a section view to the right-hand side at the north of the site, and that basically shows that by the time you've climbed all the way up the road and that you're at the end of the stand, you're actually level with the property at that end. And as you come further down the hill, you actually gain access into the main part of the stand. So in the middle image there, the area underneath the purple-coloured residential units is that would be an access level, a level access from the road to the main concourse that is in the Holmesdale Road stand. And then the lower levels could be utilised for other facilities. So that's a typical section. That's actually slightly further down the road. But as you can see, the Holmesdale Road is dropping away quite quickly, but provides access to two lower levels while the residential stays away. We're mindful of obviously putting residential units on the back of the stand, so we're looking at creating both an acoustic ventilation and also light void to the rear, which could provide light into the back of the residential units if it was detailed correctly, but ultimately provides a cavity that stops primarily noise on a match day, but will also provide some ventilation to the rear. And one of the other things that putting residential units up at that height, at that position, will provide good views and good amenity, unobstructed amenity space at the top of the building. So again, bring it back to some of the context that members will have already seen, typical kind of villa-style properties around that area, and obviously there are some interesting architectural interjections that sit around the site. And using a similar palette of materials that is currently in the stadium design that is being looked at. But there are 2 or 3 levels of elevational treatment that we're looking at. One is obviously the existing stand and the architecture of both football stadiums and residential units, and then how it starts to interact with the existing streetscape and the existing stand. And then levels of detail over the top of that in terms of street activation and also defining the residential architecture. Apologies, these are quite fuzzy images. So this is us working up an indicative elevation. This is primarily for the residential units, but we would be looking at how we start to develop the architecture of the main entranceways into the Holmesdale Road stand, but that also includes how we then bring that facade round from the main stand design. And just to end on, these are just some illustrative massing. So what we're looking to do here is actually remove the line of the building away from the streetscape. So on the left-hand side, the building is hard up against the back of the pavement line, and actually we're looking to try and bring that away and create some more open spaces to the corners, and similarly do the same thing from the top of the road there. These are, again, work in progress sketches, just to give you an idea of what we're trying to achieve. I think that's it. So, short and sweet.
Okay, thank you. Because that's very helpful, because we do have some rather big applications to look at a bit later on, as you may be aware. I have to say, I'll sort of kick off on this one. I think this is a very interesting proposal. It addresses one of the points that we raised when you brought the scheme for the stand to us a few weeks back, of re-providing the housing on the site. But I think this is a really interesting and exciting opportunity to actually bring the new stand and the architecture of the new stand around towards Park Road, and a key approach for fans, particularly coming from the sort of South Norwood sort of area, so that new stand does actually extend around to this corner. And I think that could be really interesting in the way that actually develops. Plus, of course, addressing the loss of the housing that's needed to accommodate the new stand as well. And I think also the use of the slope is very sensible and very clever as well. It's also fair to say that what's there at the moment isn't brilliant. It's a very sort of clunky sort of design at the moment, and it really is the sort of back end of the whole football ground, with that wall and then a few sort of gates and things at the end. What thoughts have you had, though, about what goes in as the ground floor sort of opens up as you go further down the hill? What do you see as actually going in there? How will that work? What will be used? What will fit in there? And how will that sort of be integrated into the streetscape to help enliven beyond the addition of the residential that street scene? Could also just sort of check that I think I'm right in the sections were a little bit difficult to read. But is all of the new accommodation sitting within what you might call the shadow of the existing stand in relation to the housing opposite? So it wouldn't be any further overshadowed by what's being proposed.
Okay, there are a lot of points there. Okay, I'm trying to scribble them down as you were talking. In terms of the streetscape, clearly from the western entrance, one of the things that we need to do, there's a piece of work that we have to do in terms of the sort of sports technical design, in terms of getting the spectators that will enter from that side into the ground. So primarily that will, elements of that will be spectator entrances, typically emergency egress, which tends to dominate the size of exit gates. But there will also be the opportunity to enliven the frontages, small elements of sort of club shop, those types of things. I think there's an opportunity with the lower part of that stand, which is effectively a fallow concourse. There is the media facility that's already in there, but there is quite a significant part of a concourse there that could be opened up for other uses, and actually could form a concourse itself. We haven't actually gone through that pure piece of design process yet in terms of understanding what we might do, but we will be extending the sort of frontage enlivenment that we looked at with the main stand. Part of the PRP comments that were returned was for us to activate that frontage, so we will be extending that all the way around. But ultimately it is addressing the loss of the access into the stand that will probably dominate what happens at that level, just in terms of getting ticket holders into the ground on a match day. But we should be creating more space. We should be able to get people in faster and potentially address some of the issues that exist on Holmesdale Road on a match day around the 20 minutes before the game. In terms of overshadowing, I'll flick back to some of the sections. What we've tried to do, that's a good one. What we've tried to do is bring the existing, use the existing line of the stand and try and bring any residential or any other part of the development within that struck line from the lower windows of the houses on the south side of Holmesdale Road. So in terms of pure massing, there shouldn't be a significant difference. The only apparent mass change will be probably at the ends where the residential will break the line of the main stand. But otherwise, the main bulk of the stand will appear to be the same. Although it might be just brought forward slightly onto the roadside at the centre. What else did you ask, Chair?
Essentially, that you've got to make the key sort of points there, really.
Good stuff.
Councillor Wright?
Thanks, Chairman. Can I declare an interest as a season ticket holder in Lower Holmesdale? Just echo what you were saying earlier, Mr. Chairman. It's a very, very ambitious scheme, and when I looked at it, I couldn't believe that it would in fact happen. But having seen the presentation, I can appreciate what a very good scheme it could well be. Two queries, really. One, whether you fully realise the impact of the congestion on match days, because it is pretty poor in there, and if the attendance goes up as we hope it will, it'll be getting worse. The other thing was, are you happy that the wheelchair access up to the north of the road is not in any way impaired by this development?
Okay, wheelchair access first. Existing wheelchair positions are in the southeast corner. I think there are about correct me if I'm wrong, Guy, 23 of them or 28 of them? 26. This potentially has the opportunity to improve wheelchair positions in the ground. One of the difficulties of developing wheelchair positions and access in the existing ground is getting people to the right level, purely because of the external slopes of the site. So the existing positions won't be affected. We will still be able to get people at level access pretty much at the centre of the building, and they will transfer across as they do currently. The opportunity in other parts of the ground, should we have to enhance the provision or should we wish to change the provision, would be to get them into the southwest corner, because that is a position where people currently cannot get to because it is too far away from the current access point. So in terms of wheelchair provision and positions and access, it should be enhanced. As far as general access is concerned, one of the problems with the ground really, certainly on the slightly older stands, is access through the turnstiles and the amount of standoff that is required in order to pat people down and effectively get people in securely. So by creating slightly more open spaces at the frontage, we should have some extra space. We can look at queuing zones as well, potentially on a temporary basis for match day. But the idea, really, the preference would be to get people into the ground faster, and that is an exercise that we would undertake and would aim to get people in much faster and get them off the streets. Because I'm with you. I'm totally aware of what happens pre-match at about 20 minutes pre-game.
Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Again, I declare season ticket holder for this and for the next item. Very interesting and imaginative proposal, I think, that you've put forward tonight, and I think the use of the space is very good, adding to what others have said. I think it pulls the stands together, because at the moment it is very piecemeal, lots of bits of building all over the place, so it does do that. A couple of questions about noise and, to a lesser degree, perhaps vibration for the residential properties. I'm sure you've allowed for all this, but how does that get dealt with? One question around practicalities with the void, which I think is an interesting feature, but the sort of water runoff and cleaning of that void and those types of things, how would that happen? And my last question was around delivery. Is it before, during, or after?
I'll answer some of them, and I'll hand over to Guy or Luke for the others. Structurally speaking, in terms of vibration, and I think you probably answer the noise question in the same context. The opportunity we have here is to effectively build an isolated piece of structure. So while it would be directly connected to the building, it wouldn't be part of the same structure. So typically, stadium stands can be quite live. I suspect that we would be separated from that as part of this piece of construction, and we'd probably look at it in a lightweight fashion, because we would be quite close to the existing building. The void, well, it's not present on that drawing. I'll see if I can find it. Well, you can see it there. We've matched the levels on the existing, so we'd be able to directly access that void area from either from the residential properties, should it be part of that development, or from the club, should the club wish to retain it.
On the point of delivery, within the officer's report dealing with the main application, you may have seen that part of the Section 106 heads of terms are that the replacement of the homes will be at a sufficiently advanced stage in parallel with the development of the main stand, and ultimately these homes would have to be delivered before the main stand was to come into occupation. So those provisions are there.
Councillor Prince.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I must echo my colleagues. This is an ingenious use of sort of air, really, of the space over the existing building. My concerns, I think, would be about the amenities to the future occupiers.
given that, you know, just let's say that the void and all that sort of thing solves any noise and vibration problems and so forth, you're left with just single aspect dwellings, aren't you? And that could concern me quite a bit. Second point, and maybe this is more closely related to the second paper this evening, but tenure and affordability. How does that part work with this this proposal? And lastly, this is perhaps for officers rather than yourself. I can see that this proposal would replace the homes, but it wouldn't replace the land. The council own the land underneath the 5 properties that are going. So how does it get compensated for that value? Thank you.
Right, I'll address the aspect issue, and Luke will respond to you on the other items. As far as aspects concerned, primarily, yes, you are correct. They are single aspect, south-facing, however, dwellings. As part of a bit more of the detailed design, we would be looking to try and articulate the facades, I think, to try and get better aspect and potentially alternative views out of some of the properties. As you imagine, as a effectively a ribbon development off the back of another stand, that could be limiting, but we will certainly do our best in terms of trying to improve aspect from all the units.
On the second and third point you raised, there's 2 quite clear aspects here. On the one hand, the club, and you'll see in the report, has committed to purchase the 6 properties on Woodison Close for a price that allows those proceeds, or allows the council to use those proceeds to purchase 6 4-bedroom houses within the area to potentially rehome those tenants. This deals with the second aspect, which is the policy aspect around the no net loss of homes. So, as I say, they're 2 separate things.
Councillor Prince, to elaborate on that, the gentleman is correct. There are a number of elements to the dealing with this issue about the loss of homes in Woodison Close. One is the no net loss of housing in policy terms, which this pre-application seeks to deal with. The other elements are to do with the fact that those houses, there needs to be agreement between the council as the landowner and the club. And there are a separate set of discussions that are going on parallel. Key to that is obviously the existing residents who live in those properties and ensuring that those residents are appropriately housed somewhere else and appropriately compensated. So there's looking after the tenants and making sure that their needs are looked after. And then there is the looking after the council's land and assets that need to be addressed as well. And officers in the regeneration team and the property team and legal team are pursuing a parallel work stream, discussing with the club over those matters.
So just to be clear, the people who are in the houses that would have to be demolished will be rehoused in new, not these ones, in other new homes that will then be owned by, or 5 of them at least, will be owned by the council. These will then come forward and they will be in the ownership of the club. So they can either sell them or let them out or whatever they want to do. I think that's correct?
Yes,
yeah.
that is correct.
Okay. Any further questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Sharon Chowdhury.
My question been answered in the last one. Thank you.
Just wanted to know what is their view towards the club from their flats.
Sorry, did you say towards the club? The
view from the western side of from their existing new home.
The easternmost properties, which will have they'll enjoy a slightly elevated position, will view all the way out over the Croydon, out over Croydon, all the way down towards the South Downs if they get a good enough day, I suspect. I think the ones that are more to the west, as the hill rises up, will be mainly into the street. But I think for the vast majority of units, there will be certainly from their garden on the roof, they will be able to see out over the roofs of the houses on the opposite side of the road.
And presumably into the light well at the rear, there'll just be bathrooms and kitchens and that kind of stuff. So it'll be more a matter of sort of diffuse light and ventilation rather than having a view through those big windows and into the football pitch or anything like that, presumably.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wimborne?
I know there's no on-site parking, but will there be any disabled parking?
Given that the site is within a PTAL of 5, it wasn't the intention to have any parking on the site. If that's something, if disabled parking is something that members are keen to incorporate, then it's certainly something we can look at.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Audsley?
Thank you, Chair. It was just to build on Councillor Prince's question, so I think the explanation was very clear about the two kind of issues being dealt separately. But I guess my mind was going to the point that the club could choose to bring these homes forward as affordable homes, in theory. So I just wondered if there was any, reaction to that.
It's not something we considered at this stage, but it's something we could have a look at.
From a policy point of view, given that it's 9 units, it's going to be below the criteria or the kick-off number for providing affordable.
Sure, respectful of that.
If I could just, on that sort of point though, you mentioned the need to re-provide 4-bedroom houses, and yet the 5 families that are being relocated from or proposed to be relocated from the 4-bedroom family houses down the hill will be re-provided with, presumably, 4-bedroom houses anyway. So do these all need to be, or do you need so many 4-bedroom units, and might it not be better if you had some smaller-sized units here, rather than having them all as large family-sized units? As much as, very much we're looking for large family-sized units, but this might not necessarily be the best location for such units. Is there a scope to have a sort of a mix of smaller units instead?
Chair, if I might be able to assist, I think when you look at not only local policy, but in particular the expectations of the Mayor of London, I don't think that there's a choice that they would need to be providing this type of accommodation.
Apologies, gentlemen, you don't have a choice. Thank you. Okay, are there any further questions or comments? No? And we have 2 of the ward councillors here. I don't know if they're consulting with each other at the moment. Do either of you wish to say anything on this application? No? Fine. Not pre-app, sorry. No, not application. Okay. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for a very interesting proposal. As I said at the beginning, I think, as others have echoed, it's a very imaginative and very interesting way of actually developing the stand scheme to address some of the issues that have been raised, and actually also improve the back of that stand anyway, because it's not a particularly attractive thing to be opposite the housing that's there. So it's a very interesting proposal. We look forward to seeing it develop. I think it does also open up opportunities to make better use of the space under the stand, which I understand at the moment isn't used at all, or used very little. So I think it could be a real win-win scheme. I think particularly would be really great to see the real sort of progression of the facade around to the new stand actually really positively coming around that side of the building as well. I think it will really help tie it into the streetscape, which is something that we spoke about at the last pre-app presentation. So I don't think I really need to sort of re-echo anything that's been said. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I guess we'll be seeing you for some part at least of the next, the application that we'll be hearing in a moment. So thank you very much. Which does bring us on to item 6.4, which is Selhurst Park Stadium. The presenting officer is going to be Matt Duggan. Matt, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chairman. This item relates to Selhurst Park, which is located in Selhurst Ward of Whitehorse Lane. And in summary, it's proposed to extend the main stand to provide seating for just over 8,200 additional spectators and just over 24,500 square metres of additional floor space internally. Sadly, the scheme also involves the demolition of 22 to 32 Wooderson Close to facilitate the expansion. The existing car parks will be reorganised, the playing pitch itself will be lengthened, and there will be considerable improvements to the stadium functionality, including greatly enhancing equity of access and mobility. Chair, if I could just take members through the slides. The first is an aerial, and I would just highlight that the site is bounded by Whitehorse Lane, Park Road, Holmesdale Road, and the rear gardens of houses along Clifton Road and in Wooderson Close. A couple of images. The first at the top of the slide, Chair, which looks at the intersection of Whitehorse Lane and Park Road, looking back towards the site. The middle image taken from across the road from the Sainsbury's petrol station, looking back across the Sainsbury's car park and towards the stadium itself. And the lower image, which is at the intersection of Holmesdale Road and Clifton Road, and you can see there the rear of the terrace houses on Wooderson Close. Those are the rear gardens that adjoin Holmesdale Road. The red line site, and Chair, if I could just draw your attention to sort of the bottom left-hand corner where there are 6 houses which fall within the red line site. And these two slides show on the left the existing arrangement, and then on the right you will see the expanded main stand. And just to highlight, the existing main stand adjoins the club and Sainsbury's car park, and clearly the expanded main stand is really extending out over that car park with quite a distinctive curved bowl-shaped design which connects to the Whitehorse Lane stand and the existing Holmesdale Road stand. So in a bit more detail, this is the existing main stand and the car park it adjoins. You'll see on the bottom right-hand corner the housing that would be affected. And then this is the ground floor of the proposed stadium. The curved form actually helps to mitigate the impacts of the development. The highest point of the expanded stadium is in the centre of this curve, which is out over the car park. From there, the stand then drops in height and curves around to join onto the existing stands, and as it does that, the height drops and it curves away from residential properties. The approach is of merit, but it's not entirely successful. Obviously, 6 dwellings need to be demolished to facilitate the expansion. The slide shows landscaping proposals. The application has been considered in peer review by the Place Review Panel, and one of the suggestions was to look at ways that fans could enjoy the backdrop of that new main stand, and in response there's the introduction of a plaza area where fans could congregate. I would note that hard and soft landscaping on and off site is to be secured by planning obligations and conditions if the scheme are to be approved. In elevation, Chair, the top image shows the existing situation, and the image at the bottom showing the. This is a view from Holmesdale Road looking towards the new stand, and a coloured version of the same. If I could just mention 2 things on this slide, Chair. The first is that in some of the objections, concern has been raised that there was some ambiguity over what was being proposed in terms of height, and just for clarity, Chair, there is no ambiguity. The plans are accurate, they're to scale. It's been correctly described in the application form and within the report. The main stand as it exists rises approximately 16.2 metres in height from the ground. At the highest point of the main stand, it would rise to approximately 40.2 metres. Now, just in terms of understanding what that is in terms of relative to the other existing stands, if you look at the Holmesdale Road stand, which at present is the largest of the existing stands, the new stadium at its highest point, and it does drop down from that highest point, the new stand would be approximately 8 metres higher than the Holmesdale Road stand. The other thing that I would note, and this is in response to the comments from the Place Review panel, is that the main arrival points to this new stand are from Whitehorse Lane or from Homesdale Road. And to address that at a human scale, particularly the materials, but also the motifs and so forth, the iconography at the lower levels has been specifically chosen to announce to the visitor their arrival at the new stand. And looking from Whitehorse Lane, the existing and proposed, and a coloured image of the same. And this is from, I guess you would say, the club car park looking towards the new main stand, or the existing and the new, and a coloured version of the same. Moving on, Chair, to verified views. The Council had actually required verified view analysis to be undertaken from 16 locations in and around the site, as well as from views further afield to understand comprehensively what the visual impacts would be. These views have been the subject to peer review through the Place Review panel and so forth. And as you can see, sort of whether it be from Whitehorse Meadow or from closer afield from the Clifton Arms, we're satisfied that there's been a sufficiently robust analysis of the visual impacts of the proposal that we're comfortable with what's being presented as being acceptable. The facade design has been developed and refined to incorporate advice by the Place Review panel. I'd note that there's fritted glazing, there's the silhouette and the size of the actual glazed panels themselves. These all reference the original 1851 Crystal Palace Exhibition Hall. In addition, the fritted glazing assists to reduce glare and overheating. The distinctive winged forms echo the club's crest. They also cover stair calls and ancillary space inside the stadium. The facade's considered suitably iconic for a Premier League football stadium. There isn't an objection to the curved form, and as I mentioned, it helps to reduce the impacts. It also provides the development with a strong architectural identity. The materials at the lower level have been chosen to ensure the stand is legible and relates to the immediate and wider context. Members will no doubt recall seeing the scheme at the pre-app stage where there were clearly issues raised about the loss of housing. The applicant will cover the cost of rehousing displaced tenants, and as you've seen from the previous pre-application proposal, they are making significant headways in terms of developing workable solutions that would ensure that there's not a net loss of residential floor space to the borough. Chairman, subject to conditions and planning obligations, officers are now satisfied that there wouldn't be a loss of housing. A key concern raised by residents in the submissions received have been in terms of the impact of traffic congestion and parking. This planning application provides an opportunity for the local planning authority to work with the club to realise a real step change in the way that the stadium use interacts with the local area, particularly in terms of on and off-street car parking and how supporters might travel and access the ground. If approved, there will be a suite of measures to change travel behaviour away from the use of cars. This helps impact the impacts of the proposed stadium, the proposed expansion to the stadium. Other concerns raised by residents include the impact of noise, disturbance, litter and antisocial behaviour. And again, the club will work to put in place measures, and these will be secured by legal agreement and conditions on any consent, to address issues, including better post-match litter collection, for example. The curved design, which actually connects to two of the existing stands, and this is evidenced through acoustic assessments and lighting assessments by appropriately qualified engineers, will actually, during the match, help to prevent light and noise spill. While there would be impacts associated with a major development like this, it's considered that they can be adequately mitigated. The benefits of the scheme include greatly enhanced facilities providing for disabled persons. The proposals align with our local plan policy DM20, which sets out clear support for Selhurst Park to remain home for Crystal Palace Football Club. The main stand will continue to be used by community groups, including the Palace for Life Foundation, and this is a group that assists thousands of vulnerable people each year. There will obviously be jobs created during the construction and operational phases and wider benefits to the economy associated with construction spending. Chair, I think at this point I just need to go through and highlight some matters in the addendum. Since the report was published, we've had a number of consultee responses come in, and I've mentioned in particular the lead local flood authority are now satisfied with the drainage proposals and raised no objection to the scheme. We've got a letter of support from the Football Association and a letter which raises no objection from Lambeth Council, although they do highlight that traffic and parking matters are particularly important and need to be dealt with. A further 16 letters of objection or submissions objecting to the scheme have been received from nearby occupiers, and largely these echo the same concerns that have already been addressed within the report. There is one exception where we've had an objection which raised concern that the development should cover the cost of providing step-free access at Norwood Junction. It's dealt with in detail within the addendum, but essentially we've been in dialogue with Network Rail over this very issue. And while capacity enhancements are necessary at that station, they're related to the Brighton Mainline upgrade project and don't result as a necessity brought about by this proposal. And as I've said, it's sort of dealt with in a lot more detail within the addendum itself. Sainsbury's have also made a submission which indicates support for the proposal. It raises some concern over the loss of parking within their car park. Just for clarity, Chair, there has been quite a lot of analysis looking at the peak usage of that car park, and evidence collected both from surveys and CCTV images does confirm that the loss of car parking proposed would not result in any sort of unacceptable loss of capacity to that car park. Other concerns revolved around construction logistics and the potential for impacts to disrupt the operation of the supermarket. But again, while these are very real concerns, they come up with all major developments, and they're going to be dealt with through things such as construction logistics plans, construction environmental management plans and so forth, which are secured as part of all the permissions that we deal with in terms of legal agreements and conditions on consent. The Metropolitan Police, as well as TfL, want to ensure that just ahead of the matches, say 2 or 3 hours ahead of a match, that the way that the Sainsbury's car park operates is very well controlled, and in particular to ensure that pedestrians who might be going to a match are separated from vehicles in the car park for safety reasons. And to that end, we're recommending that there be a car parking management plan that does just that, to actually ensure that there's a high degree of control as to who's in that car park just ahead of the matches, and that pedestrians are appropriately separated from vehicles. I would note that the consent over the Sainsbury's supermarket also includes a condition that it should shut immediately prior to a match, during the match and immediately after the match. The idea from that, Chair, would be that if there are car parking controls, they wouldn't necessarily interfere with the main use of the supermarket at those particular times. Chair, just in terms of other changes in the addendum, making a small change to header term 4.9 to make it clear that the study needs to look at coach parking provision for any home fans on and off-site. Change to header term 4.10 so that there's a specific reference for the need for car parking spaces to be allocated prior to the game, and this is about controlling who actually gets access to the car park. And TfL have been very clear that there needs to be a separate charge for people that are spectators at a game who want to park in the car park during a match. We had advice from a highways officer who had worked at another authority that one way to encourage fans to use public transport would be to include the public transport costs within a season ticket. And this is at head of term 6.4. There's been a lot of investigation that TfL have done on our behalf into the viability of doing this, and it does appear that it's problematic. Fans, for example, might come from a number of different locations, and the cost of including their travel within a season ticket might be unworkable. To the extent that, Chair, we're recommending that head of term 6.4 be removed. Just coming back to the application itself and finishing with the addendum items, having seen the site and understood the way that Premier League football teams need to operate, it's quite clear that the enhancements really are necessary. Officers are confident that the impacts can be appropriately mitigated. The development will clearly enhance the club's position with a football stadium that makes a significant contribution to the borough. So, subject to the various matters set out at section 3 of the report, as well as the addendum, approval is recommended. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very comprehensive report on a very big application. Questions for clarification? Councillor Bernadette Khan.
Thank you, Chair. It is around the issue of the Sainsbury's car park arrangements. I mean, these kind of arrangements sometimes bother me because maybe there could become a time when the customer base needs of Sainsbury's clientele, perhaps their needs would ultimately become to override the needs of the football club. And these car parking arrangements often worry me in this way. I mean, how tight, how underpinned would that contract arrangement be?
It would be very tight. I think what we're talking about, we're not talking about 7 days a week. This is just on match days and for the period immediately ahead of the game. So you're talking about sort of 2 hours or 3 hours before a game. Now, it's just Sainsbury's are actually required to close their stores over these times in any case. And this is really just to reflect the fact that there could be an unhappy interrelationship with people arriving and leaving to the game at the same time as people are doing their shopping and loading it into their vehicles and taking it away.
Okay, Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Chair. Is this under new rearrangement, is there any car park will be losing from the existing one? This one question. And second one is because of, I think, more people will be coming and there will be a lot of parking rearrangement we have to do as a council. Who is going to bear the cost?
So you had two queries there. One was about the loss of the car parking, but sorry, could you just clarify your second question, please?
Well, I think there will be a new rearrangement for the match day. You know, people have to park on this side, and there people cannot park on their some sides, you know, within the stadium. So there will be new signage, new arrangement need to be done, isn't it, or not? And who will be bearing the cost?
With this, Councillor, just to clarify, are you talking about the CPZ as well and the cost of expanding and developing the CPZ? Because I had a question, a similar sort of thing, because parking impact on the neighbouring area is a massive issue for local residents, local businesses. I know there's been suggestions about the club contributing to the setting up or investigation and setting up of a wider, more comprehensive CPZ. But one of the big issues is not only who pays for actually doing it, but who pays for the permits as well. And I think certainly, as a sort of my feeling is that that actually those residents that don't have to pay for a permit at the moment shouldn't have to be paying for one in the future as a result of the club's expansion. That's something that the club should meet. Although taking into consideration, obviously, parking income that would be generated by this as well. At the moment, I think I'm right in saying it costs about £3.20 to park just outside, if you can get there, if you get space just outside the ground, which is pretty much unheard of, I would imagine, in virtually every major football club in the land. So would that be able to be incorporated, that, you know, the sort of covering the costs of the residents for that CPZ introduction?
So the site at the moment doesn't benefit from any planning controls. So this is kind of a one-off opportunity where we are able to sort of enshrine the entire stadium, not just the expanded portion, within a travel plan, and then seek to, you know, really change that modal pattern away from the motor vehicle to sustainable means of transport. Now, a key means of actually changing people's travel patterns would be imposing a controlled parking zone. And I'm talking about a match day parking zone that would mean that unless you're a resident, you're not going to be able to park there, or unless you went to a pay and display, and clearly £3 isn't very much. So we'd need to look at not only where the CPZ extended to, because people are prepared to walk quite a long way to go to a football match, so you might need actually quite an extensive controlled parking zone. And I note that there are actually 2 existing car parking zones not that far from the site, although they don't cover the site. Although they don't really cover the same periods of time when the games are played. So you're looking at something which is quite complex, where we may be looking at existing controlled parking zones and making changes to those so that they cover these additional periods. And then you would have to look quite carefully. Those people are paying for their Monday to Friday car parking permits, for example. And yes, should they then be required to pay for an additional car parking permit for match days? And there would be a tension there quite clearly. So we've got areas that aren't covered by a CPZ, areas that are already covered by CPZ, questions around pay and display and what should be the appropriate price, and bearing in mind that if you charge too much, you might actually detract. If that car parking space was in one of the local centres, we don't want to end up detracting from people spending money in our local centres. So it's not something which is straightforward. And in terms of who pays and what the revenues are and whether that offsets the administrative cost of issuing permits, our car parking permit team feel that this is something that could take, if you take into account the surveys, the consultation and so forth, to actually understand how it should be rolled out, something towards 6 months to a year to actually get to the bottom of. So there's that cost of actually figuring out how this is best to be done, including whether or not a resident has to pay for the match day permit, or whether the revenue that would be generated from, pay and display, whether that would help to subsidise it. So this could actually take quite a long time to just figure out how to implement it, and that would only be able to be understood after consultation with residents. But clearly a key concern for residents in that consultation will be whether they're going to have to pay a large amount of money for that permit. So I think in terms of understanding whether the consultation will be successful leads to whether or not we're suggesting that they would have to pay for the permit. Then there's the implementation of the CPZ, and if you're talking about, say, hundreds of roads that might need to be within a CPZ, somehow you need to warn people as they enter into that road that they're potentially subject to parking restrictions, and that involves signage, and there's costs associated with that. And if it's a match day only, not a blanket CPZ, somehow you need to change those signs to say today is a match day, you can't park here without a permit. And obviously someone driving around several hundred signs and flipping them up and down on a match day is going to have a knock-on impact. So this has been done successfully at other football stadia within London, and we're working with TfL to try and understand in this particular context how it might best be able to be approached. What the applicant has undertaken to do is to pay for those studies and the consultation work and so forth to try and understand how this should be implemented, and then secondly, to pay for the implementation. I wouldn't underestimate how complex this is going to be to try and understand the way in which we're going to be able to roll it out, or the best way that it should be rolled out. And it may indeed take upward of 6 months to try and figure that out.
Presumably, could we include as a condition that that this scheme, whatever scheme is developed, that it is cost neutral to affected local residents?
It could be a principle. Yes, Chair, that can be a principle.
Chair, I think that's fine, but I think that would need to focus on match day controls, and that would be my worry, because there are, as Matt said, there are some very complex issues in the area. A lot of the roads in the area are very close to existing CPZ, so they do have daytime problems with overspill from existing zones, where people may choose not to buy a permit, and commuter parking as well. So as Matt said, it's a complex mix. So we may find, it's very difficult to speculate, that some people want much more extended controls at all times. So I certainly think it's reasonable, to cover the match day controls, but we might be looking at some other mixes of controls as we go through this process.
I think we fully appreciate that, given that we've got 2 district centres sitting either side of this, with controlled parking zones that particularly relate to the railway stations, and stopping people obviously parking close by and jumping on a train, that actually this would be very complex, and as has been just explained already, it would probably take a fair while to actually resolve. But what I would hope is if we were to approve this, that we could capture within the 106 agreement that any uplift in cost to residents would be covered by the club. But it would be fair and reasonable to take into consideration any increased parking revenue to actually reduce that, and so that it may vary. Again, none of this is particularly simple, but I think what we do need to be thinking about here, if we are to approve this, is a bespoke system of parking control that relates to the club, that was something we haven't done before, and also relates to and serves the best interests of the two district centres and Selhurst sort of smaller centre as well, plus obviously is positive for the residents. Because clearly we would want to see, and there's a lot of discussion of this in the paper, a big modal shift away from people driving to people getting the train, to people walking, to people cycling, whatever, to get here instead of simply being able to drive to the surrounding area. Mr. Smith.
Chair, I just wanted to add to that and add to the comments that Matt was saying. I think what is critical here is the travel plan targets. They're targets that we are expecting the club to hit, and a lot of the the initiatives that are in this section 106 heads of terms flow from that travel plan target. I can't emphasise enough the importance of what is in 6.5 of your papers on page 125. That's what we're expecting through the years, that we will have that modal change, and that is going to be the driver, first of all, to look at enhancement of people's residential amenities close to the club. It's dealing with the additional 8,000 people, because cumulatively that will have quite an impact if nothing is done to deal with those types of issues. But it also then facilitates and emphasises highway improvements and ways in which people can be encouraged to get out of their car and have a much more better experience of actually whether they walk, whether they cycle, or other ways of getting to the ground. So a lot of it flows from that travel plan. It's very important that that is captured and delivered by the club, and we monitor that very closely. Thank you, Chair.
On that point, one of the initial proposals that's now withdrawn essentially through the addendum was the idea of adding the cost of travel onto the ticket price. But another interesting idea is the bond that's being proposed. I think it was a £100,000 bond, essentially, which is held, as I understand it, by the council for a period of time, 5 years. And if the travel plan targets are met, all of that money is then returned to the club, so they can buy an extra few teeth of a football player or something with it, maybe a finger or two. But given that we've lost the option of the additional of the travel cost being added to ticket price, could that bond not actually be increased? Is that something that could be balanced out? Hopefully, all of that money will be returned to the club for the use of the club in the future, but as a sort of way of actually encouraging the promotion of the travel plan and the delivery of the travel plan.
Yeah, so the idea of the performance bond is to encourage them to actually achieve their travel plan targets. But if they weren't to do that, we would need to put measures in place to actually better facilitate the modal shift. So we would look at, for example, maybe expanding the CPZ. We could look at enhancements to the pedestrian environment, so people are more likely to walk, enhancements to the cycle environment to try and get people out of cars and into bicycles, or enhance buses or trains and so forth. And then it would be looking at those enhancements works, and this is where we're talking about the £100,000 would be spent on those works, because if the travel plan's not working, we need to do something else and put some other measures in place. I guess the reality is, Chair, that some of these highway works can be quite expensive, even if you're talking about geometry changes or curb alignments or even zebra crossings, things start to tally out quite quickly. I haven't turned my mind to what the value of the season ticket travel option would be that might then manifest itself in an additional travel bond, and I haven't spoken to the applicant about it either. But yeah, I take your point. I think there would be things you could spend it on, although I don't in my mind, have a bit of an idea as to what the quantum would be.
But
if we were to approve this, could we request that the officers then negotiate a greater figure than the 100,000, something that's more appropriate? Because I mean, most councillors will understand £100,000 does not go very far in highways improvements terms. Is that something that we could, if this was approved, actually add on as would that be a condition or whatever to negotiate at such a higher figure? Say $250,000. Say, I don't know. Well, I don't want to pick the figure out of the air, but we probably do need to have some kind of figure to work to and consider.
I think, Chair, that would be something that we could work up. You're right to say that £100,000 is not very much when it comes to highway improvements to facilitate modal shift. And I think it is such an important point that it is really crucial that we do get that step change from predominantly car-based travel to more sustainable modes of transport. So could it be that you leave it with officers to go back to the club and negotiate what we consider would be a sensible increased size bond, and leave it with us to identify what would be an appropriate figure, and if we do not get agreement, we would then come back to committee. Would that be a sensible solution?
Yes, I wouldn't want us for this to hold things up as such, but if that was within the scope of the detailed negotiations over the 106 agreement, I presume that's what we'd be talking about. So it's not going to be some kind of negotiation that has to go through the whole process of, as Mr. Duggan was just describing, of working out how big the CBZ is going to be, and it's going to take a year or whatever. It would have to be something that could be done in a modest amount of time. Is that what officers are suggesting?
I think we could do that quite quickly with our sustainable transport team to come up with something sensible, but also focuses the club's mind on ensuring that we do get that modal shift.
Okay, thank you. Right, further questions. Councillor Prince, then Councillor Audsley.
Yes. On the suggested condition of community use of the expanded main stand, there is mention of the existing Palace for Life usage continuing, but I wonder whether it would be possible to somehow ensure that future community groups who want to book the space can do so at a reasonable charge, because it would be possible for the club to say, yes, this space is available for community groups, but actually the scale of charges is so high that it doesn't happen in reality.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, the matter's been discussed at length with the applicant, and there is a head of term which looks at this particular issue. Although it's a detailed matter that we'll need to negotiate in the setting out of the legal agreement itself, but the principle of allowing, because community groups use the space at the moment, and the club's not suggesting that that wouldn't continue, and some of those benefit from a discounted rent, as it were, and we will work with the club to understand what flexibility they have on that, on how many days a year and at what rate and so forth. That is a head of term that we're recommending.
Thank you. Councillor Audsley.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, obviously we all welcome the jobs the development will provide, and thank the club for the efforts they're going to make those local jobs. Just wanted to pick up on the point of the London living wage. When we had the presentation, we obviously heard that the club was kind of planning to accredit London living wage. Having spoken to the club since, I've kind of heard that I don't think that's quite the case. But obviously in the papers, there is a statement, 8.33, that includes a living wage accreditation. So it'd just be good to understand where we stand. I'm respectful, though disappointed, if the club aren't going to accredit London living wage, but just if we could hear about how we understand that, the living wage issue through the development and ongoing. Thank you.
At present, the permanent employees in the club are employed that meets the London living wage. I think the difficulty they have, where you talk about, for example, match day staff who might be there for one game, and you might be talking about a sort of a 4-hour period, or if you're talking about during the construction period where you're actually using contractors that may be subcontracting it starts to become very difficult for the club to be able to guarantee that London Living Wage would be offered to everybody that would be working there, whether it be on a part-time basis or during construction or operational phase. They are saying that they are committed to London Living Wage for permanent employees.
Thank you for that. I'll just come back, respectful of what you've communicated. I mean, if the club wants to contract London Living Wage, the club can, and many examples of where it's done. So I think let's be clear about the club, and we thank them for it paying their full-time employees living wage. But obviously that decision could be one that's taken further. So I think it's as only as difficult as if you want to do it, I think is the key point.
Chair, we are talking to the club about the operational phase, the construction phase of the development, and main contractor. How they procure their own contraction around the construction phase of the development. And whilst Matt is right that it's difficult for subcontractors, doesn't mean to say that they can't be reasonable endeavours for the club to do that. They understand that there's difficulties. We understand there's difficulties, but there can be clauses to link through the contracting of the stand itself, and how that can work through the other subcontracts. It might not be a panacea, but we are talking to them about moving that beyond the existing permanent members of staff, FTEs within the existing club itself.
Thank you. I mean, I think respectful that it's a journey to go on living wage. If that contracting process can go as far as possible, I think that would be really welcome. So look forward to hearing more, and perhaps an update can follow. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kabir and then Councillor Clancy.
Thank you, Chair. My question is, with the SIL money, will benefit local high streets like Thorntonhead High Street, South Road High Street and Salas Road from the SIL money? Can you tell us a little bit? Because I think people are a bit anxious about that.
Thanks for the question. The SILs are we haven't actually calculated it in detail, but we're thinking, this is going to be a significant sum of money. I think the issue for us is the list of things that the SIL would be spent on is set out under the Regulation 123, and that's something that the council corporately has decided what it will spend its SIL money on. And it may well be the case that it's directed in the manner that you have described. It's not something that we control through the planning process. They absolutely have to pay the SIL money, but then it's over to the council to dictate how that would be spent. It's just not done through the planning application, that's all.
We don't get to choose that, unfortunately. Councillor Clancy.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions on light, impacts of it both internally and externally. So how light gets out of the stadium and how it gets in. Light spill from the existing stadium can affect the immunity of neighbours, and I note the report says the new main stand would enhance light containment within the ground and should result in a reduction in light spillage and sky glow. How is that achieved exactly? Is it because at least partly the design of the main stand shields neighbours from the floodlights? Then, equally, if that is so, what kind of impact, if any, does the increased height of the main stand have on the natural light that's given internally to the pitch at match times in terms of shadowing?
So, if I take the situation at present, you've got the 4 stands, one on either end of the ground. But if you look at the corners in between the stands, there's not an infill in between them. There's space at the gaps between the stands. And so you get noise and light spill coming through those gaps. In addition to that, if you have a look at how this is partly to do with the requirements of the Premier League, there's a certain level of light that must be achieved on any point on the pitch, which means that they end up with a large number of lights mounted on quite high poles in order to achieve this level of light that they're required to do. Now that provides an opportunity for light spill, if you will. There are lighting engineers who have looked at the existing situation and the impacts in terms of light spill, and then they've modelled how that would be better captured by this stadium new stand, which actually wraps around and covers at least 2 of the gaps. It obviously doesn't cover the gaps on the far side of the stadium between the Arthur Waite stand and the Holmesdale Road stands. But in terms of this portion where the development is being proposed, there will be a betterment in terms of light spill. Some of those big lamps, which at the moment sort of pop up above the stadium, would then be able to be mounted, taken down and mounted within this new stand. So that, just to talk about light spill to neighbours. Then in terms of what you're saying, in terms of your concern is that the light levels on the pitch would be insufficient, am I right? For a Premier League team, there's technical standards they have to achieve, and they need a lighting engineer has to go onto the pitch and make sure that they've got enough light, and they don't have it, then they'd have to use lights to shine down onto the pitch until they do get enough illumination. Does that answer the...
I was referring more to the height of the main stand increasing and daylight shadowing through sunlight.
Onto the ground or into neighbours' places? If there's not enough light getting onto the pitch, then they'll need to illuminate it in order to comply with the standards they have to achieve.
I think I'm right in saying that the architects that we heard from earlier on, actually, and we've heard from previously, are actually they're specialist design football stand designers. So I'm sure they would have taken that into account. But I think they're speaking later on, and maybe if there is an issue around that, they might be able to squeeze a word or two in on that. But obviously, clearly, it's an important issue. We don't want them building something that they then can't use for obvious reasons. Okay, are there any further questions? Councillor Bernadette Khan.
Thank you, Chair. I note in the report that there is a reference to a travel plan. Is there a travel plan in print at this stage or not?
So the application was accompanied by what I would call like a framework travel plan, which gives a good indication as to what they're thinking about. However, when we looked at it, we didn't feel that it was robust enough. We think it needs to go further, and so what we're saying is that's a really good start, but if this is to be approved, we will require a far more detailed travel plan to be brought forward that meets particular standards and sets certain targets for changing travel behaviour over a 5-year period, and deals with a number of other things as well. So it's very welcome that they submitted the framework travel plan with the application, but we require a much more robust and detailed one to come forward if the scheme is to be approved.
Chair, I'd just like to suggest that maybe when it ultimately comes, that a copy of the travel plan forms part of the papers for the committee, because I think that's quite useful to know.
It would certainly be required to form part of the legal agreement and so forth to become a publicly accessible document.
I mean, it is something that we could, as the committee, ask to see. I don't know if we'd want to actually for it to come back to the committee for approval, because I suspect it would probably be a highly technical document that, not saying it would be beyond us, but it certainly probably wouldn't be the kind of thing we'd be expected to actually review.
I've seen one before, Chair, but I do think that given the complexities around traffic management and all this area, I think it would be useful to see it. Thank you.
But to see it and agree for the committee to agree it? Would that be, Councillor Khan, would that be pre or post a decision on the application being made? Right, post, fine. Right, okay, fine. Thank you, thank you.
We'll certainly put it on our website, and we'll encourage the club to put it on their website.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if that's all the questions, we have a fair number of people wishing to address us. To start with, we have the people who wish to object, and we have Leslie Perry, Bharat Gandhi and Doreen Sokup. Now, you have between you 5 minutes. Have you decided how you're going to split your time? Right. Would you like us to tell you when you've reached a certain point? Do you have like 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, or what? How would you like us to? 2 minutes, 2 is 1 minute. Is that okay amongst everybody? Yeah. Okay. We will stop you after 2 minutes and then move on. Okay, fine.
Chair Committee, thank you. My name's Les Parry. I'm a resident of 20 Wooderson Close, the 7th family affected in that area. On the 8th of February, the 6 residents, 5 of which that you're the landlord of, received a letter which was an acceptable criteria for relocation and compensation. In addition, I, the resident of 20 Wooderson Close, which will be the last house standing, a mid-terraced house at the moment, also received the same criteria. What is lacking in information from the current application is the detail of the structural work that's going to be needed to be carried out to number 20. So I'd like you to consider that in further questioning and debate. The other issue I'd like to raise is the community centre issue, which is part of the 106 criteria, and I'd like to draw your attention on behalf of a registered charity in the area, CASA, which is a local charity covering Selhurst, and their submission is that the existing criteria does not meet with the Croydon plan or the strategic objective for communities. In short, the residents asked for the provision of a community centre within Selhurst Park. In principle, the club have agreed it, but there's no detail or firm commitment. On that, I'd just personally like to place on record my thanks to both the club, the officers of the council that have dealt with the residents so far, and all our concerns that have been contained in 106. However, deeds matter more than words, and we watch that space with bated breath. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bang on 2 minutes. And so the next 2 minutes start when you're ready. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Bharat Gandhi. I live at 64 Dagnall Park. The area where we live, it's highly congested for parking. There's no controlled parking zones there. We have drop curb, but people still keep on blocking our drives. We ring council, they say that they don't have authority to tow away the cars. What do we do? There's 4,000 more cars going to come. How are we going to address that? That's number one. Number two, I heard that they are going to try and put people off coming by cars and ask them to come by trains. So far, we've been there for 12 years. In 12 years, we've seen the traffic rising constantly. And how come this hasn't been thought of before? Those are our main issues. I will finish there. So.
Okay, thank you. And right, Mr.
Good evening.
You've got up to, I'll just say you've got up to 2 minutes left.
Oh,
okay?
smashing, thank you. That's lovely. I'm Doreen Sokup, Chair of the Holmesdale Residents Association. And as an association, we were very concerned initially with all the plans and the impact on the residential community. What we were mostly concerned on is the after-match crowd control and the encouragement for the fans to use public transport. I know it was mentioned that the council doesn't think that Norwood Junction station contributing to it is important, but it's not just Network Rail, it's also TfL runs through there, and they've got a commitment to step-free access. If you had step-free access, it would benefit the community as well as the fans. The disabled or mobility-impaired users of fans who want to come to the club wouldn't be penalised and forced to use cars. They could come by public transport if that existed. So we would like the council to consider, if possible, making some of these conditions of dealing with these problems part of the planning consent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, all three of you. Thank you. That's most appreciated. Now we have the applicant, and we have 4 people from the applicants wishing to speak. We have Steve Parish, Guy Wickett, Nick Marshall and Luke Raystrick. No, it's just down to 2 now. So it's Steve and Guy? Yeah. Gentlemen, have you decided how you're going to split your time between you?
Yes, we have.
Excellent. And do you wish us to regulate your time, or are you happy to regulate it yourself?
No, I'm just going to add a quick point to respond to one of the questions made earlier.
Okay, so we'll let you hand over yourself. Yep. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to just add a point to the question around the lights on the pitch. The stadium has been designed that the frontage will be 90% clear. It's a plastic material which will allow more natural light onto the pitch. And it's also quite normal for football clubs to have natural grow lights on nearly all grounds, in fact. We have 4 at present, so it's not unusual to do that. And I will now hand over to the chairman of the club, Steve Parish.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Firstly, thanks to everybody. I know this has been a very fast application, and we do very much appreciate all the hard work everybody's put in. Obviously, for me, this is a lot more than just a planning application. It's obviously not a normal planning application. It's a club that I first supported since I was 4 years old. The first game I attended, I was 7, so 40-odd years ago, 46 years ago, too many years. And since that time, pretty much, I've watched the club barely change at all through various phases of mismanagement and poor luck, I assume, in some instances. Much of the ground around the stadium has been sold off for various developments. And certainly, as recently as 20 years ago, if you went to football, you wouldn't have seen much difference between an experience of, say, Arsenal or travelling to Selhurst Park. In the last 20 years particularly, the club's fallen drastically behind, suffered 2 administrations. And a large part of that fate of the club is its inability to really generate enough matchday revenue. That's probably the biggest single reason that the club has been a yo-yo club over the years. In the end, top 10 revenue Premier League clubs very rarely get relegated from the Premier League, and bottom 10 revenue clubs often do, and often you could say eventually will. So the aim of this stand is really to improve the long-term future of the football club. Whilst it's not probably an entirely altruistic development, there may be some potential in the distant future that the capital value of the club would raise. It certainly isn't a commercial, entirely commercial endeavour. We currently subsidise the club in order to pursue staying in the Premier League. And the aim is, with further investment to build this, that we might not subsidise the club in the future, and we might be able to hand it on to future owners in a state where the club can compete on a level playing field. So I think my submissions really to you all are probably far more emotional than technical. I think, notwithstanding the unfortunate loss of housing, and we do have great sympathy, genuine sympathy for the people whose houses are being taken and who are being displaced. We've made very sincere commitments, certainly personal commitments from myself, that we'll do everything we can to make that as seamless as possible. But really, other than that, this represents, after 8 years of really looking into what can be done, the least disruption we can really provide for the most benefit for the club. Because it joins on to the 2 other stands, because it will enable us to reduce the gantry on the Arthur Waite stand and improve the concourse, this really will improve 4 sides of the ground for the supporters. And I think, will provide the least impact to the local area, although we do recognise all of the issues that have been raised. We are keen to get more people to travel by train. We are keen to make the parking around the stadium less onerous on residents, and certainly litter and all of those other concerns, we'll seek to address. And one could argue, with the increased revenue of the stand, something that we'll be more able to address should this application be successful. So hopefully I won't use up all of my time. because it's very late and I appreciate you all being here. But I would really urge you, I think this would be a fantastic thing for the local area. We are beamed around the world. The Premier League is a fantastic product, as you know, for Britain. It is beamed around the world into millions, maybe even billions of homes. I travel around the world where people are all familiar with our club. I never fail to get upset when the 3D model of our stadium is presented on various television programmes around the world that represents us and our area of South London and Croydon so poorly, frankly. And also when I have guests there and other teams, the facilities really are poor. They're not commensurate with anything that you would really want to share with people if they were coming.
Mr. Parish, I'm afraid you have used up your whole of the 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. If you wouldn't mind turning off your microphone, that would be most appreciated. But thank you, gentlemen, for coming along and speaking to us. Can I now ask the two, well, actually neighbouring ward councillors to come forward? Are you both proposing to speak? Yes, if you'd both like to come forward then, please. So we have Councillor Jane Avis and Councillor Patsy Cummings. Councillors, have you decided how you're going to split your time?
We're just going to use the time up. Yes. If you give me about 1.5 minutes and my fellow councillor will speak for the rest of the time.
Fine, OK. 1.5 minutes then. So, Councillor Cummings, when you're ready, please.
OK, thank you, Chair. Councillor Avis and myself obviously represent South Norwood, and whilst we do want this club to be representative on a world stage, we represent the residents of South Norwood who live beside the club 365 days of the year. So we need to make sure that all the things that have been done and that are going to be done, if this is approved, takes into account the residents. Since the pre-planning application, I'm really pleased that the club has actually made extra strides to work with the residents, and they have actually confirmed that they will have this ongoing dialogue and consultation with the residents, and I'm hoping all the things that are subject to or that will be continuing will be taken on board. My only concern is the living wage. Councillor Avis will talk about the other aspects. This council are committed to making Croydon a living wage borough, and we as a council are making sure that all our employees, and even our contracted employers, as contracts come up and the existing ones, are paying the London living wage. And I think that it's particularly important that our large employers who can afford it do the very same, because there are employers who have very less resources that are actually doing that. So I would like to suggest that, along with Chelsea, which is accredited the living wage employer, along with West Ham, who pay all their full-time employers...
1.5 minutes are up.
Okay, just a second. Their full-time employees, their cleaners and their match day staff get paid the London living wage. So let Crystal Palace be the third London club to actually be completely accredited as a London living wage employer. Let's make that a hat-trick.
Thank you, Chair. The reason I was so vague earlier is because so much has been covered this evening by you, the committee, by the officers and by the residents we heard from just now. So that's why Patsy and I changed our sort of format a little bit. But one of the issues that was raised by a resident that I would like to bring up today, I'm actually going to quote from the papers, because this is the GLA part of the papers. It says, under energy, further information is required on B-Lean energy efficiency savings, including demonstrating that the glazed facade will not cause overheating, the proposed heat network, and evidence that renewables have been maximised. The scheme does not yet comply with the London Plan Policy 5.9 and Draft London Plan Policy S12. Therefore, further measures must be included to reduce carbon emissions. This is of great concern. not to local residents, and should be to all of us, because this is about the environment. The planning officer's comment is, these issues are discussed in the main body of the report. The essence of the facade is to be fitted with fritted glazing to reduce glare and hovering heating. Connection to the site to a den is not considered feasible. The applicant has agreed to meet a planning obligation and to pay a carbon offset contribution. So the only comment I want to make here is that this is a brand new development coming forward, and one would have expected in this day and age, with this state-of-the-art development, that we could have been energy efficient. And it is disappointing to find out when the opportunity has been presented to Croydon and to this club to present something here today which would have been magnificent. I can only say that I am disappointed and that I'm speaking on behalf of residents in that case. 8.37 Policy SP4 states that the development should be of a high quality which respects and enhances local character. Well, whether it enhances local character, I think that debate will go on for many years to come. But as I said, you know, in this day and age, it is disappointing that this development has been brought forward and can't even meet energy efficiency levels set by the GLA. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's all the people that are addressing us. If the officers would like to respond to the comments made and add anything further. I mean, in particular, obviously, we've just heard about the point about the carbon offsetting. We also had some comments regarding the community use, for example, meeting local plan requirements, I think, as it was as described. I think we've heard quite a lot about parking provision already and how that might be addressed. Mr. Gandhi raised that, but is there anything further we'd like to say on addressing his points? And also the after-match care of the area. I think it's important also maybe to say a little bit more about the step-free access to Norwood Junction, which many of us have been looking for and campaigning for many a year, and how that is being addressed and why it isn't being addressed fully through this.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the community centre, so the facilities will be able to be used by community groups, but that's slightly different from creating a community centre within the club itself. And what I would say is that there is a difference between planning obligations, which are under Section 106 of the Town and Country Planning Act, and the community infrastructure levy. And there's a clear delineation that you shouldn't be using planning obligations to pay for things which ought to be delivered through the community infrastructure levy. Now, if you look at the Council's Reg 123 list, which is the list of things that we spend SIL money on, community centres, community facilities are defined there. So if it wouldn't be the case that we should be seeking a community facility within the club, like a community centre, that should be paid for through the SIL money. Moving on in terms of things like post-match control, they are talking about at junctions, observing those and, if necessary, using stewards to better control crowd flows, for example, after the game. They are talking about a scheme to identify how they can better deal with litter picking. Litter is an issue after the game, and it's identifying where that's at its worst, and then the club would need to then go and, I guess, sort of focus their energies on actually collecting the litter where it's being left. There are other issues in terms of antisocial behaviour, and we're even talking about having a scheme that looks at, for example, should they be putting portaloos halfway between the station and the stadium so that somebody who needs to go is able to use a portaloo rather than a nearby garden. So that those things are actually being built into the Section 106. The Met Police have requested that they look at additional CCTV coverage, particularly between the stadium and the stations, and that would enable efficient use of police resource to be directed to wherever there might be antisocial behaviour or crowd control issues post-match. So I am confident, Chairman, that when we're talking about not only looking at the pedestrian environment but also safety and security, resilience to things like terrorism, CCTV coverage, wayfinding strategies, litter picking, that the post-match control will for the first time actually be controlled within a planning application or a planning permission, and there are a suite of measures that we're looking to secure that could be enforced. And I'd contrast that with the existing situation today where there are no planning controls in place, and clearly there are impacts that go with that. Norwood Junction, we met with Network Rail and they were quite clear to us that whilst capacity enhancements, particularly in terms of step-free access, are needed, they're not needed as a result of the expansion of the stadium. Now, that necessity, in other words, the work being required, is made necessary as a result of the planning application, is one of the tests for planning obligations, and if that's not passed, it makes it incredibly difficult for me to require the applicant to pay for that contribution. The other thing is that the studies looking at how step-free access could be delivered at Norwood Junction are quite clear that there are a variety of options. They haven't settled on one particular option. And then they go into more detail that whatever it is that's put in place now would be an interim measure at whatever expense that is, that would then become abortive work and need to be undone once the Brighton mainline upgrade project is finalised and put into place. So we're asking the applicant to meet an obligation which doesn't pass the regulation tests for something which might become abortive in any case, and we're not quite sure what the option is. So in terms of trying to right-size what the contribution is, that's very difficult because Network Rail haven't yet settled upon what they think the solution to Norwood Junction should be. Cumulatively, those things together make it almost impossible for us to seek a contribution in relation to this scheme for the changes at Norwood Junction Station. In terms of the energy question, and I do take the point, the Mayor of London has raised concern in terms of non-compliance with the energy policy, and this is quite typical with most major applications. At the Stage 1 process with the Mayor, they will highlight these types of concerns. And since the Stage 1 report from the GLA, the applicant has looked at connecting to a district energy network. At this stage, the borough doesn't have one. They are thinking about creating one in Croydon Town Centre, just near the flyover. But to run the network of pipes, and this would be like a heat distribution network, for 4 kilometres from where that energy network would begin through to the clubs, the loss of heat and energy through that pipework would mean that it wouldn't really be feasible. And the cost of actually the council laying the pipework up to the club so it could connect to it, that's something that could take a very large amount of time. It's not really realistic to expect that to occur. And the energy loss between the energy centre and the club is such that it would make it unfeasible. The area is, apart from the club of course, is largely residential and a mature residential area. It's not a logical location for us to lodge or to create a new energy centre. So we're not seeing any likelihood of a district energy network being created in the vicinity of the club for it to connect to. That really does mean that while the GLA have said you need to examine it, it has been examined, but to be honest, it's not realistic to expect them to connect to the district energy network. The glazed facade, as you can see, it would be facing the sun for much of the day, and the GLA were concerned that there could be overheating inside. That would necessitate air conditioning, and then you end up creating a whole lot more energy requirements, which then place a burden in terms of carbon emissions. The fritted glazing serves several purposes. It helps to emphasise the glazed panels, which reference the 1851 Crystal Palace. You can see the silhouette of that 1851 Crystal Palace, and I think the fritting combined with the silhouette and the recesses helps to tell a narrative in terms of the facade design, but it has another purpose, and that's to stop glare from affecting neighbours, from reflection from the sun, and also to help prevent the overheating that the GLA were referring to from large expanses of glazing. In terms of renewables, the GLA are right. There are some options which aren't viable on this particular site, but one that might be would be solar panels, for example, and GLA have said that more work needs to be done to test whether or not they could be made feasible on the stand, and the applicant is charged with actually working to work through that feasibility analysis, and that is something that will have to occur before they go back to the Mayor for Stage 2. In the end, what you end up with is a situation where there will be carbon emissions over and above the requisite standard, and there is a monetary amount that we would take as a contribution from that developer to spend elsewhere in the borough to mitigate those, those carbon emissions. I think it's fair to say that unlike a more traditional office building, which is in use every day, the usage fluctuates quite radically between a match day, which occurs, say, 25 times a year, and a non-match day, and that dynamic between high energy usage and low energy uses means it's particularly problematic for things like district energy networks and so forth to actually plug into it. There are certain unique characteristics of this form of development that just make it very difficult for it to comply with what we would desire in terms of energy efficiency. I think that the Council's Energy Officer and the GLA do understand that. We've been dealing with stadia across London, and the advice I'm getting from our Energy Officer is that he feels that they've actually done all that we could require that they do. Thank you.
I note here that I think condition 17 is that it will be a BREEAM excellent will be achieved. So presumably that would deliver a high level of energy efficiency anyway.
Yes, it is. That's the BREEAM excellent standard. That's the highest standard.
Sorry, Chair. I just wanted to add a couple of points following on from what Matt was saying. I think the first thing for me is that it's really good that the club are actually saying in this meeting today that they're actually really talking to local residents, and I think we've heard that from the ward members speaking today as well. And I think going back to the point around community use, I think there's opportunities here to work much more closely with the community, and with that our community associations. And this is a great opportunity to provide community space on an ad hoc basis. And it goes back to the point that I think Councillor Prince was making around informal arrangements where people can use this space. And I think that's very helpful that the club have said that they're keen for that to continue. So I think that's quite helpful, and hopefully that will sort of bring people to the club for different purposes, because the space is there to be used. I think the second point is on the Norwood station and stations generally. Whilst I appreciate the step-free access is not maybe an option for us, but what is important, it's in the heads of terms as well, is the way in which the stations are managed at the end of the game. And I was at the game on Saturday to see the disbursement of people leaving the ground. And clearly, with another 8,000, if the travel plan works and we get more people using public transport, it is crucial that the stations are managed by station staff, and there's potential for rival fans to get to come into close proximity to each other. So I think that's a very important heads of terms that we put in the section 106 to actually make sure that, again, the stations are managed so that people can get on the train safely. There's capacity on the platforms, and people are safe when they disembark from the area. Thank you.
Chair, just 2 points. First one in respect to the London Living Wage. My understanding is that all permanent staff would be subject to London Living Wage. In respect of the agency staff or the sort of part-time staff, that hasn't been secured. However, I think the discussion was that we could seek reasonable endeavours to achieve the London Living Wage for the part-time matchday staff. And that's something that we do feel we can pursue with the applicant while we iron out the last bits of the Section 106. To pick up also on the gentleman from 20 Woodison Close in respect of the concerns he's got in respect of his property and the structural work that's required. Whilst this is obviously a very, very important issue for the gentleman and also for the council as the landowner, that's not a matter that we will be, as a planning committee, we need to get involved in. But I can make sure that members are aware that we will be undertaking considerable discussions and work around this to ensure that the gentleman will not be put to any undue inconvenience, and that we end up with a satisfactory solution in relation to that structural work, and that will be pursued through our property team and our regeneration team.
Okay. Right. Now we open it up to the committee. Councillor Wright, and then Councillor Kabir, and then Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Chairman. This is obviously a very, very important application for the area, for Thornton Heath and for the borough. Could I just first thank the football club for the presentation which I was lucky to attend and the stadium tour. It did iron out a few concerns that I did have. But most of all, I think it illustrated the very inadequate facilities that some of the in part of the club, and I particularly mentioned the change rooms, which I thought were about 19th century. So obviously that illustrates that there is a great need for this club to bring itself back into the modern age. And it is one of the principal clubs in the country, and it desperately needs renovation. So that obviously is a key to the whole scheme and application. And to have a scheme like this and an enhancement obviously will bring benefits, and also it will bring problems. That's obvious. You can't have a scheme with that size that will not do that. And if we look at the benefits first, Mr. Chairman, I think the benefits obviously to the club and to that, and to bring another 8,000 places for spectators is obviously to be applauded. But it also, I think, we can't lose track of the fact that it will give a great deal more benefit to the area and to the local economy of that area. And anyone who visits the club, as I do, of match days, you see the activity that occurs in the various trading, small shops, big shops, and even residents renting out their frontage to park, and all that sort of thing. It all brings benefits to the area and to the club and to the residents. And it's like there are obviously problems and disadvantages, and the main problem, of course, is the parking and the transport. And I think Mr. Smith is absolutely key to say. He says that the transport plan is the very key element to this whole project, and I hope that the negotiations with TfL will produce something. I like the idea of linking stadium tickets to tickets on the train, and that is very, very common on the continent, and I would like to see that perhaps explored more decently if it's possible, so that you can get a cheaper ticket on a train if you have a stadium. Yes, there are problems with Wooderston Close, and I appreciate that the residents are there and were very apprehensive, and probably still are. But reading the report, I think that the officers have been very forthright in addressing that problem, and I see now that we now have a solution which I hope the residents will approve. Yeah, the other problems obviously occur to the environment surrounding the area, and an extra 8,000 spectators will bring an impact to the local area, and that I think is yet to be fully appreciated. And I hope that more talks will take place to try and ease the impact that these 8,000 extra spectators will have. I don't think enough has been given in the report to the effect on the bus routes. I mean, the 468 and the 50, I think, that serve that area are very, very overcrowded, and the transport on the roads is difficult. And I think TfL need to look closely at that, see if some way in which these buses can, in fact, bring more spectators directly to the ground. Something. So, on the whole, Mr. Chairman, I think it's an excellent scheme. I think it's going to bring a great deal of benefit to the area, to the club, of course, but also to the borough. It is a dominant site, but obviously that's what a football ground is and how it should be. And I applaud that. Just one extra thing, if I could. I'd like to push the request from Grangewood Park, because it is the only park in the area, and I think if some means could be found to give them more support from this development, because it will have an effect on the park, and it is a park which desperately needs funding and which needs support. So on the whole, Mr. Chairman, I think it's an excellent scheme. I look forward to receiving the benefits of it as a season ticket holder, and also look forward to the benefits that it will give to the area and to the borough. So I propose approval, Mr. Chairman, based on the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kabir and Councillor Audsley, then I'll bring myself in.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, of course, after a lot of debate and discussion, there are pros and cons, and there are issues that we face. But most of the objection or most of the issues, I think, they have been resolved through discussion and understanding. And I feel that this project is kind of a regeneration in that part of the world, in AC25. And we love Westfield coming. We know that Westfield is coming in Croydon, and we want, as much as we like that to happen, I like to see that state of art of this development to happen in the other side of Croydon. And like Councillor, Mr. Wright is very right to make this as an approval for proposing the approval, and I'm going to second that, knowing that it will be a good outcome for local people and everyone will be benefited. I personally live quite close to the ground, and although we get parking issues, sometimes we need to live with it because that's part of life. Sometimes, if you want to enjoy something, then, you have to pay for it. So I think some people I can understand where all those arguments about ZPZ and CPZ coming, but we just being there, it's been there for 94 years, and it will be there for more than 94 years, and we need to support it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Audsley.
Thank you, Chair. And let me just add my thanks to all those who've worked on this. Look, as has clearly been said, a Premier League club needs a Premier League stadium, and Mr. Parish clearly communicated how the club has fallen behind in the 20 years. So this needs to happen, and it's good to see the design that has improved and come on, the creativity proposed around homes, and the improved relationship with residents. When that stadium's built, or redeveloped, should I say, then obviously I think that raises the expectation, doesn't it, of the long-term relationship with the community, which is all the things that we've heard of, with 8,000 more attendees, with greater revenue, with that sustainable financial footing. We move on to the politics, and I guess in planning terms, the management of, post-match day, the contribution to the broader high streets, and has been raised regularly the issue of the London living wage in fully accredited terms. So I really welcome the application, look to add my support, but that long-term relationship and the commitment to the community in the ways we've heard are the things we now need to see. So hope that starts, and look forward to local councillors and councillors around the area supporting that be successful. Thank you.
Bring myself in now. I don't want to overly echo the words that have been said, but I think it is very clear. A number of us that went on a number of tours and visits. I know the ground in different sorts of ways and different extents. It certainly needs a massive upgrade in its facilities. Quite sort of, particularly with the changing rooms, quite shocked. But the club at the moment are making use of all sorts of cupboards and funny little spaces and all sorts of stuff. That is imaginative, but it's obviously very, very restrictive. And obviously the size of the ground is too small, really, for a Premiership club as well. I think it's of importance, great importance and great note that in our local plan, for example, there is one institution that is particularly identified with its own policy, DM20, I think it is, about the retention of the club in the borough, and I think that's all recognises the importance of it in the local area. I think the design is really interesting. It's not exactly my cup of tea, but I think the interesting of a sort of combination of sort of Crystal Palace, the old Crystal Palace, and eagle wings and that kind of thing is really interesting. I hope that over time the parking will gradually disappear in front of it, and a proper fan zone will really establish in front of it, because that's the way it will be appreciated the most. I think it would be very positive if the scheme that we saw in pre-app started to develop, bringing the wings, or one of the wings at least, around the side. I think that would assist the scheme as well, in a very positive sort of way. The devil here, though, is in the detail, and there's a lot of work still to be done on this in terms of making sure that the impact on the local community is reasonable, is not excessive, and that we do take the sort of what's described once in a lifetime opportunity to actually regulate and control the way that the club is actually managed and run, and its impact on the local community, particularly on match days, of course. So the sort of various sort of conditions and 106 heads of terms, etc., in terms of particularly the travel plan linked to the bond. And we mentioned, and I would like to suggest to the mover and seconder, that we give the officers the ability to be able to look at expanding that bond to make sure that those improvements are delivered through the travel plan. Incredibly important. The other issues from as practical a point as providing toilet provisions for fans on the way to and from the match. Councillors Perry and Wright, please take note. I'm sure you're very, very good on these sorts of things, but probably also aware that these sorts of issues do arise, and actually dealing with, not saying they do it, by the way, but to make sure these issues are dealt with in a way that isn't upsetting and impacting negatively on neighbours is so important. Nobody wants, however much of a football supporter they are, somebody finishing their celebrations in their front garden, one way or another. So those sorts of things being dealt with, I think, are incredibly important. There's a lot of work to be done still in developing all of that, but I think we've got the right conditions, the right heads of terms and everything in place to be able to do that. That would include, and again we mentioned the point about no increased financial impact on local residents from the CPZ. And I know that needs to be looked at very carefully. There's clearly a lot of work done on that, but I think that is very important as well. Where people are already paying for CPZ that's there for other reasons, then fair enough, that should probably continue. But there needs to be a mechanism to make sure that other people aren't negatively impacted on that. And also that any parking controls do not negatively impact on the development and regeneration of South Norwood, of Selhurst and of Thornton Heath, of course. So I'm very happy to support this really important application, as well as colleagues who have mentioned, have said so already. So, Councillor Sherman-Chowdhury.
Thank you, Chair. I think everybody been said, which is really positive, and I also agree to support this application. Just one last thing to appeal to Chairman, because Chairman of the club is here. He's listening as well, because when the community people use the hall, the banqueting hall, this can be reasonable price they can charge, because there isn't anything big in the north of the borough where people can use their family function and other, different things. So probably they can charge reasonable price for the communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I wasn't actually going to speak, but I feel I do have to defend Chris and my honour, as you've suggested that we get up to all sorts of things when we go to the football. So we're very law-abiding citizens, and we always do as we should do. I think it is a very good scheme that's been brought forward. I think it's an iconic building. It's going to bring economic benefits, and I think it is an exciting opportunity for the club and for the borough. Clearly, there are going to be pressures and there are mitigations being provided, and I think that's going to be a work of progress. One thing I would like to say is when this first came as a pre-app, I was a little concerned that the club were sort of playing lip service to the council and local residents. And I just really wanted to put on record that I think the club have really gone out of their way to work with the council and work with local residents, and I think that's come through from residents here tonight. But this is the start of the journey, so I really hope that the club maintain that dialogue going forward, because I think it's going to be really important for this to be successful. But I wish the club every success with it.
Thank you. Councillor Bernadette-Kahn.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I agree with everything that's been said, but I would just like to make another little point, if I may, is that energy conservation remains on their agenda as to any opportunities that are presented, that they're followed through for the more long term, because that's also in all our interests and our children and so forth and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else indicating. So we have one motion before us, moved by Councillor Wright and seconded by Councillor Kabir for approval, with those particular points that I raised earlier on included. Can I see those in favour?
That's unanimous.
So that is approved, and we wish the club, working with the community, all success in the future, and good luck with the rest of the season. Well, can we have? We'll take a 5-minute comfort break now, I think, and reconvene. Well, let's say at 25:02. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be restarting in a minute. You're all more than welcome to stay. But if you are leaving, could you leave soon? Right. Do we have everybody, all members of the committee back? We do, yes. OK. The next item on the agenda this evening is item 6.3. Two planning applications, both relating to land adjacent to East Croydon Station and land at Cherry Orchard Road, Cherry Orchard Gardens, Billington Hill, Croydon. And the presenting officer is Mr. White. James, when you're ready, please.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me? So, before we get started, I'd just like to raise an item that was on the addendum paper. There's a few items on there, but there's a main point I wanted to flag up, which is that the affordable housing offer has altered slightly, with some of the shared ownership units moving across, or habitable rooms moving across to affordable rent. So now there's 60 habitable rooms of affordable rent, which would be the same as the implemented consent, and there's still an excess or a significant amount of shared ownership units. Okay, thank you. So the two applications before you today, the first one is land adjacent to East Croydon train station and land at Cherry Orchard Road, Cherry Orchard Gardens. This is for the erection of two 25-storey towers and a single building ranging from 5 to 9 stories to provide a total of 445 residential units with a flexible commercial area space at the ground and first floor of the two towers. And there's associated amenity, play space, landscaping, public realm, cycle and car parking across both sites. Then the second application is at the eastern end of the overbridge. It's for the installation of a link, a bridge link, and that would connect to the first application. So these are the two application sites. The one on the left is for the main development, which has the orange sort of hatched area here. This is where the two towers would be located. You've got this sort of purple pinky hatched one here, which is where the Cherry Orchard Gardens, the sort of 5 to 9 story, would be located. And then over here, this element here is the service access road into basement parking, which is between, so this is between the existing Galaxy House buildings, and you go along here, you can then go underground, and you come to a ready-made, in-place basement reserved for future occupiers of the basement, of the towers, sorry. Over on the right, that small area there is the link bridge location. So here's an aerial image. I'm sure you're all very familiar with this. This is the application site here for the two towers. It's vacant at the moment, other than a marketing suite for the Galaxy House development. Over here you've got the other main application site area, and then obviously that's the service road through that I mentioned earlier. This is the overbridge, which stops here. You've got the railway line down here to the south. You've got Billington Hill. You've got the Porter and Salter pub, and then below there's the Royal Mail Depot building. Over on this side of Cherry Orchard Road here, this is Stevenson House, which is an office block. And you've got Simpson House, which is another slightly lower office block, residential to the rear. Coming around the corner here, you've got Oval Road, more residential housing. To the north of the Cherry Orchard Gardens site, you've got the Meat Packers, which is a sort of a lower level warehousing employment site. Obviously on the other side of the road, you've got the Galaxy House development, which is pretty much neared completion, and that has buildings ranging between 9 to 19 stories. So moving to some photos and ground level. So I'm standing at the top of Billington Hill here, just outside the station, looking down towards the site, which my cursor's disappeared, but it's over here. That's the overbridge. You can see Galaxy House here. This is the Royal Mail Depot. That's the Porter and Salter. So in the top right photo, I've turned the corner. I'm looking towards Stevenson House here, and that's Simpson House. In the bottom left photo, I'm on Cherry Orchard Road looking down towards Galaxy House with the tower site here, and Simpson House here. And in this photo, I'm standing in Cedar Road looking towards the overbridge, which you can just see here. You can make out the sort of commercial operating side here for the train station, and this side here is the link that's not connected into the station. So I move slightly further down Cherry Orchard Road, looking up Oval Road. You can see there's some large trees here on the front. And then I'm looking back, seeing some of the neighbouring houses on Oval Road and the larger developments in the distance. Bottom left photo is Galaxy House. It isn't leaning or falling over, that's my photography, but that's along there. And then kind of looking back with Galaxy House now on the right, this is the application site over here. And then turning around and looking away from the sites, we've got the meat packers, which I mentioned earlier. And for members that stayed up late a few weeks ago, there was you'll remember there was a developer presentation here for a 7 to 8 story building, which was genuinely well received, but possibly could even go slightly higher. So a bit of context, background information is probably useful. So there's an implemented consent that has 4 buildings. You have a mainly office building here, which is 12 stories, then a hotel building here, which is 17 stories, and then a primarily residential building, but with some retail and a little bits of community building here, which is 54 stories. You've then also got a public access square here and a link through, and some of the Network Rail buildings under a terrace here. And then over on the other side of the road, you have a 4 to 10 story building with a small sort of linear park here and a garden. This is actually the first floor. That's a raised amenity garden with parking underneath. But that's an implemented consent. That's a live application. So this shows you the drawings. The visuals, they kind of tell their own story, really. Obviously, this is a view looking down Oval Road. That's the 54-story building. And then, again, this is Cherry Orchard Road, looking at the sweep with the Cherry Orchard Gardens, the 4 to 10-story building here, and then again the taller building to the side. So then moving on to the planning application, the first planning application, and sticking to the Cherry Orchard Road section where the towers are, here you can see there's one building footprint here and another one here. It hasn't come out too well, but the blue, you can see it on your screen there, the blue area here, and here's a double height residential frontage. There's sort of salmony pink colours here and over here are the flexible commercial space. We've got some grey area which provides plant, and then the pinky area here and over here. Refuge storage, and there's a link where you can take the refuge under the stairs and around here for collection from a new on-street collections site here. You can see the public square in the middle and then the beginning of the stairs. There's also some family or outdoor space over here. So this shows the first floor. There's a lot of the salmon pink colour here, here and here, which is all flexible commercial space. And it's probably worth pointing out these are very high floor to ceiling. It's kind of 5 metres, so they're very high. Let's say floor to ceiling. You can see the steps now going up to connect to the platform. It's worth pointing out there's a lift here to give access from the ground to the platform area. There's also a lift here and over here, which can give further access to the platform from the ground floor. So this is the drawing that came with the BridgeLink application. It's obviously fairly straightforward. The steps along the bottom would be in the first application land, and then this is the link here connecting with obviously some screening which would match the existing bridge. So floor plans, you've got 8 units around a central core. You've got some shared open space here and here on the second floor. The 6th to 20th floor, a similar 8 units around the core, 3 large lifts on the inside. And then 21st floor, the building cuts back, and again it cuts back on the 23rd floor, which when you view in elevation form provides a sort of a funneling effect to the crown to indicate this sort of gateway tower buildings. This is actually the elevation from Cherry Orchard Road. So these are kind of the inside-outside elevations. So the one on the left is kind of the inside public square looking at the elevation, and the one on the right is kind of looking from Galaxy House, if you were. So a bit of materiality information. It's fairly simple but high quality. You've got 3 types of brick, with the darker one here being used on just the lower sort of ground and first floor. There's not a huge amount of metalwork on the building at all, mainly around the windows, but it would be done in a dark bronze, and the glass of the balconies would be tinted as well, with a dark sort of bronze colour. So a few visuals. So on the one on the left, I'm kind of in Ruskin Square, looking across towards the 2 towers. Top right, you can see the double height entrances and the sort of very high commercial spaces. And in the bottom picture, you can see the public square being used by all the people waiting for their trains that would turn up on time. So moving now across to the Cherry Orchard Gardens site, there's probably a couple of key things to highlight here. So the obvious is the floor area kinks here and cuts back. This allows for the retention of 4 of the 5 trees to the front, which was quite a strong message received during pre-application discussions. You can see that there's some disabled parking to the rear turning area, and the main entrance is here. This area here is a shared open space, and then this area to the front here would be just public open space. Over on to the right, which is the layout for the first to 4th floors, the interesting thing to note is the sort of zigzag sawtooth sort of design. This allows, one, dual aspect units, but also to provide some visual interest to the elevations, which obviously you'll see later on some of the CGIs. So the 5th floor cuts back here to allow some shared open space at a high level, and then on the 7th floor it cuts back again, but also it cuts back on the other side to allow 2 further areas of shared open space. This entire block would be affordable housing, so that's 107 units, 24% of the scheme overall. So 2 elevations. The top one is kind of this angle here, looking from Galaxy House, if you were, and then the bottom one is this stretch here, kind of from where the North Tower would be. Again, materiality. Interesting that, again, all the materials would match through with the tower, so there's no poor building, it's all high quality, same for the metalwork. And you can kind of see here the visual relief and interest provided by the sawtooth design. There's also a lot of greenery over on this side, as you can see from the bottom right picture. The green roofs, the shared spaces, more play space to the rear, and all the retained green space and trees to the front. And this just shows a sort of artistic impression of the front here, which would be upgraded with improved hard and soft landscaping and obviously some street furniture. There's a couple of CGIs just showing it again here. It's obviously slightly obscured by the tree. And again here, this is the sweep coming round with the towers here on the right. A couple of views. So Oval Road, similar-ish to the last one we saw earlier. So on the left is the existing, and on the right is the proposed. You'll remember, obviously, the implemented consent it would have gone off the top of the screen. And then this is another one from Lansdowne Road, which kind of just shows it's in an area where there are other tall buildings close to or within the CMC. And then I'll leave you with this slide, which is just CGI showing the public area in use, what could happen, and the recommendation for both applications is for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions, clarification? That's all quite clear? No, fine. Councillor Prince.
a couple of questions. You mentioned that in the towers there would be a lift in each one of them. Given that there is only one lift next to the steps, if that's out of order, would the public be able to use one or both of the lifts in the towers? And my second question is, it says somewhere in the papers that the sort of public square hasn't got much of a splay into Cherry Orchard Road because the corners, the commercial units are not chamfered, and I just wondered why not. Thank you.
Thank you. So in terms of the lifts, obviously, yes, the public could use the lifts inside the commercial spaces to go ground to first floor, and there's no limit on time for those commercial units. So, like, you know, long periods of the day, probably beyond the train working hours and whatnot. Also be very robust conditions and legal agreements on the maintenance for the external or the outside lift, to make sure there's sort of 2 motors, fail-safe motors, etc. So we're looking very closely at that. The second point was obviously about the chamfer. That was first, that was on the implemented application. There was a hotel. It was cut right off to allow some views from Cedar Road across to the platform to try and show that that was the gateway and that was a signpost. Obviously now we've got 2 residential buildings and it was felt that the symmetry, matching each other was important. Therefore, if we had the chamfer corner, you wouldn't have that. And we have the signified, well, in terms of answering that point, you could have 2, but it would cut into the flats and then the profits and the viability and then all sorts of issues on that side. So that's why it was done. Obviously, you can still see there's an entrance with the gateway at the top, and the signalising, the crossing has been moved, so to get across, you'd come straight into that area. It's still a good-sized public square as well. It's very similar to St Mike's or St Michael's application, All Saints Church with 2 towers. The square that was between linking West Croydon to Whitgift. It's pretty similar to that. Okay, thank you.
So just to be clear, in urban design terms, the chamfer isn't essential, isn't necessary, the square still works perfectly well.
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, Councillor Sherwin Chowdhury?
Thank you, Chair. Well, it's mentioned in here like there will be extended family gardens. I mean, family, of course, family garden. What sort of family garden will be like children play area and equipment? And that's the one question. And next question is affordable housing. I think there is no details in like how many bedroom or 3 bedroom or 2 bedroom, whatever, because we needed the family bedroom, at least 3 bedroom families. Is there any details there, please?
Absolutely, yes. So first point was play space. So there's a requirement with this scheme to have now, with the slightly increased amount of affordable rent that's gone in since the report was written, to have getting close to sort of 590 odd square metres of play space, which would be for all the ages. This actually exceeds that. It's about 630 square metres. This is actually mainly due to all the space on the Cherry Orchard Gardens where it's been kinked back. So that's there's an exceptional amount of space really for a town centre scheme, way more than the London plan standards. The new Croydon local plan has much more stringent and tougher standards, and it exceeds those, so there's plenty of space for kids. The second point was in relation to the 3-bed family units. So the Cherry Orchard Gardens scheme would have 8 3-bed units. So there'll definitely be 8 3-beds for affordable housing occupiers.
Okay. Any further questions? No. Okay then. We have a number of people who are addressing us. We are doing this in 2 sort of batches, effectively, because we have the speakers on the main application who have 5 minutes. And then we have the speakers on the smaller application for the bridge link who have 3 minutes. So, to start with, we have the objector for the main application, Dawn Edwards. And Ms Edwards, you've got up to 5 minutes to tell us about your concerns. And then we have Mr Barrett and Mr Leahy, who are speaking as applicant and supporters. So, Ms Edwards, up to 5 minutes. Thank you. That's it. That's it. Right.
Okay, thank you. So this two-tower development is an extremely ugly design. It's probably the worst urban design I've ever seen. It's hideous. It's a monolithic monstrosity. There's about 1,000 household units east of this monolithic monstrosity. It's completely out of keeping with and out of scale to the early 20th century and Victorian low-rise, mainly terraced and semi-detached homes in that area. The scale and mass of this monolithic monstrosity will have a huge effect on residents of these homes' enjoyment of light and sunlight. There will be much shadowing and overshadowing and significant loss of existing sunlight and daylight. I've looked at the daylight and sunlight report that's been carried out. I'm a lay person, so it's not my area of expertise. But this report has been done by the developer's own firm of consultants. So it's not an independent assessment. It's not been independently evaluated, so it's really not credible. Yes, there are supporters, about 25% in support. Most of them live in areas several miles away, South Norwood, one example, or coincidentally, in the other Morello buildings along Cherry Orchard Road. None of these household units will be affected in the way those east of this monolithic monstrosity are or will be. Any planning or council officer would be deeply upset if it was their home affected in the way that this monolithic monstrosity can obviously do. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. And now we have Mr Barrett and Mr Leahy. Have you agreed the split of time between you?
Yeah, Chair, could you just confirm how long we have, as we have 2 applications for consideration?
Right. Well, you have 5 minutes to talk about the main application, the 2 towers, and then 3 minutes for the application for the bridge link. You can take them together if you want.
That would be good.
Happy for you to do that. So that will give you a total of 8 minutes to split between you.
Great. Okay. In that case, I'll start first.
Okay.
And take maybe 5 minutes, and Antonio, to my left, will then speak.
So we'll stop you after 5 minutes?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, the scheme before you is the product of over 2 years' work in close collaboration with council officers and the local community. The process has been informed by extensive pre-application engagement with the council and its independent place review panel, the GLA, 2 pre-application presentations to the planning committee, and an ongoing programme of public consultation which has resulted in 68 supporter cards being submitted to us as a project team. The scheme has evolved significantly during this time in response to feedback received. Changes have included fundamental design revisions to the Cherry Orchard Gardens block, the retention of existing mature trees at the corner of Cherry Orchard Road and Oval Road, and changes to the residential mix to help facilitate increased delivery of affordable rent accommodation. As your officer has pointed out, the proposed development has to be understood in the context of the extant implemented planning permission for the site. This granted permission for a much taller development, including a 54-storey tower. The proposal now before you follows on from and integrates with the successful Morello Phase 1 development that has been completed. It will create a harmonious residential environment while also delivering critical public infrastructure, including the long-awaited bridge link and new public realm gateway to East Croydon Station. While significantly less tall than the extant permission, it goes much further than it in delivering public benefits. Now, given time constraints, I don't have time to go through all of those this evening, but to summarise, While delivery of the bridge link remained uncertain under the extant permission, the scheme now before you, through a detailed Section 106 agreement between the applicant, the Council and Network Rail, secures the delivery of this critical piece of public infrastructure. The bridge link will be delivered in tandem with high-quality public realm, providing a landmark new gateway plaza to East Croydon Station and the town centre beyond. This really is something exciting for the area, with active frontages addressing all parts of the plaza and creating a vibrant new community hub. The proposed development delivers more than twice as much affordable housing as the extant scheme in a mix of affordable rent and shared ownership. This goes well beyond the amount recommended by viability appraisal and comes alongside extensive investment by the applicant in public infrastructure. The affordable housing in this scheme will be delivered at the same time as the private units and not delayed until after them, as would be the case with the extant consent. And, as your officers have outlined, the affordable provision has been changed so that it includes 60 habitable rooms of affordable rent, which is the same level as the extant permission, but goes far beyond that in delivering more than twice, as I have said. In addition to all of that, the housing to be delivered is of a higher quality than the extant scheme, with larger unit sizes and more dual-aspect units. The housing mix is also improved, with no studio units and a greater quantum of 2 and 3 bed units. The scheme, as we have heard, has responded to feedback from several parties in retaining the mature trees at the corner of Oval Road, which the extant scheme would remove completely. In this area, it will create a pocket park for public use and has high-quality landscaping throughout, as your officer has illustrated, with children's play space spread throughout the scheme. It also creates significantly reduced vehicular trip generation compared to the extant consent, and delivers enhanced sustainability and energy performance in accordance with updated policy requirements, along with an enhanced fire safety design. The population boost arising from the scheme will lead to increased spending in the local area. Indeed, local businesses are already reporting benefits from Morello Phase 1, and it will generate significant employment in its own right, and also provide significant financial contributions to cover areas such as local employment and training, public transport and climate change mitigation. Perhaps above all, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, it should be emphasised that this is not a speculative proposal. Delivery is guaranteed with a full contractor team and funding in place and ready to go. The applicant has a long-term commitment to Croydon and is here to see this project through to completion. The intention is to start on site later this year. To conclude, the proposed development is the result of a lengthy and positive constructive working relationship with council officers. In our view, it successfully optimises the development potential of this key opportunity site, while also delivering upon key council objectives in the delivery of infrastructure and affordable housing. I commend your officers for their hard work on this scheme over an extended period and encourage you to endorse their positive recommendation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. And you've now got 3 minutes and 10 seconds left. So when you're ready, Mr. Leahy.
Hello, councillors. My name is Antonio Leite. I'm a local doctor at your local hospital, at Croydon University Hospital, and I've been a resident in Croydon since 7 years ago, just before the riots. All I can say is I've been living in this borough. I'm really happy, citizen in your borough, and I've seen the transformation over this period of time for good, thanks to all these developments. I need to say that over my time in the borough, first I lived in renting accommodation, and then I managed to own some property. And right now, I'm living in the first phase of this development, what you call Galaxy House. For me, it's my house, it's retro, it's Morello Phase 1, and I only have really good things to say about this development. It's a high-quality house, it's really nice, it has good views. The development company, they really behaved well with me during the construction. It was expensive, but relatively affordable, I need to say, when you compare, the price and the quality versus other London boroughs. It's extremely well connected, and, thanks to somehow this company, I could kickstart my life. I mean, I got married in this council house 5 years ago. My wife is upstairs, Yoshi, and I mean, we are developing our family and we are making Croydon, our council and our house, and I'm trying to work in the community. And overall, I wouldn't talk in defense of a company like this if I was not happy at all. They never came to me. I did this all because of my beliefs. I want to get involved in the local community. When they submitted the first proposal where they plan to cut the trees and with this really horrible tall tower, I completely objected to that project. But I think the current project is good. It's a quality project and it will really improve the area and will bring good people to the borough and overall, everyone is going to benefit from this. Sorry for explaining this in these words. This is all I can, I can do, bring my honest experience and my comments. So, yeah, that's it really. I won't exhaust the 3 minutes and 10 seconds. All I can say is it's a good project, and I think the community will benefit from it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, all of you. And now finally we have Councillor Fitzsimons. Councillor, if one of you wouldn't mind making way, I don't know if that one's live or not. Oh, that's fine. Yep, sure. So, Councillor, you have up to 3 minutes to tell us about your concerns.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say it is great that we don't have another dead-in-the-water planning application ahead with the last 55-storey tower proposal. And I also want to make certain that we all remember that Chiltern Gardens was sold by the previous administration, has been blighted. The area has been empty, that site has been empty for the last 10 years. And so this is not just the last 2 years, this has been going on for 10, 12 years. I do have a concern about the lack of documents about Chiltern Gardens, about the affordable housing changes. If you look on the planning website, there are 8 or 9 additional documents that were put up on the 11th of April which talk about Chiltern Road. There is nothing about how the layouts of Chiltern Gardens are going to be, whether they're going to be duplexes, whether they're any information. And I really think that if you're really going to have a decision made about what the changes are at Chiltern Gardens, a lot more information should be available. And it was noticeable that a councillor did ask questions because the paperwork is deficient. There is an issue about the heights of the Twin Towers. 25 storeys does concern many residents. Personally, I think there's an issue about the impact it has on the views on the NLA Tower, which I believe is the modernist equivalent of St Paul's, and we should be protecting the views of that. So I particularly have a concern of the tower that's closer to that, and I think it should be lower. The affordable housing mix, 25% is an improvement, but I think the mix should be more affordable rent or even social rent and less shared ownership. And I still think we should be aiming for 30%, and we'll be making representations to the Mayor along those lines. Good that the trees have been retained. There's mention of the East Croydon Master Plan within there. I had particular objections saying that there's a paragraph in there, 8.129, which talks about widening the pavement, but half of it will be owned by the council and half will be owned. We've just done a load of changes at East Croydon area and we've got cycle paths, and we could be using part of that pavement for a segregated cycle path. And finally, in terms of my objections, I really do oppose the car parking spaces at the rear of Chiltern Gardens. We could have had on-street, disabled only bays that could have been restricted to the residents. And I think sticking car parking spaces next to people's back windows almost is not acceptable, and the lighting's not great. I'd add 3 conditions to the application. I think the bridge lead should be built first. It shouldn't wait until occupation. I think additional conditions should be that when the first superstructure goes up, the bridge link has been finished. We've been waiting 10 years about this bridge link. 2010, people here opposite me promised me a bridge link in the morning. I still haven't been able to get to East Croydon Station as fast as I want over that time because of the failure of the first scheme. So waiting another 3 or 4 years is unacceptable. As I said, we need the affordable housing not to be delivered last. It'd be better to be first. And my final one is that the bridge area should be declared a public right-of-way.
I'm afraid your time is up. Just about got your 3 points in. Okay, thank you. Right, that's everybody wishing to address us. Do the officers have anything further to add?
In fear of repeating some of what's already been said, but I'd like to try and provide some clarity. Members will remember when this application was presented to pre-application on a couple of occasions, he raised a whole number of issues regarding the development. I think, whilst you didn't rate them in importance, I think as officers we took away from those meetings that were three really critical issues at the time, which was the provision of the bridge link, the level of affordable housing and retention of the trees. If I can just run through those in a bit more detail. So obviously we do have two planning applications before us this evening. One is to complete that bridge link, which would then link into the new residential development. It is a much simplified proposal from that which was proposed in the previous application that the councillor has referred to. We've been working with Network Rail and the applicant to ensure there's smooth passage, to ensure that does come forward. That takes me on to our second point, which is about affordable housing. The extant planning consent has a 10% provision of affordable housing. In this application, that has increased to 24%, so that's a good significant increase. But also it's important, unlike the previous application, the applicant has now stated that they will bring all three buildings together at the same or very similar time, so that the affordable housing isn't left to the last minute or the last stage. As a result of that, the area between the two towers would need to be used for the construction of the towers, and therefore the bridge link would have to come through once, or be opened, and once that was safe and all of that construction had been removed from that central area. Moving on to the trees, obviously the extant consent did result in the loss of the trees. This proposal has been amended to retain 3 of those trees on that Cherry Orchard and Oval Road corner, which was deemed to be important by members at the pre-application committee. Just moving on to some of the other points raised by the members of the public in terms of design. Obviously, to a certain extent, design is subjective, but as officers, we've worked with the developer over the last, I think, 18 months on this specific application to ensure the design and quality of the development coming forward. Obviously, this part of Cherry Orchard Road, particularly with the implementation of the Mentor 1 application, has started to evolve and change, and this development is very much in accordance with that character. Being so close to the town centre, it's certainly an area suitable for this type of development. In terms of the daylight and sunlighting report, it's quite usual that a developer would produce a document to support their application. That, of course, is then reviewed by officers and considered. In this case, obviously, we have an extant consent, and whilst the impacts are slightly altered in places due to a slight change in massing of the development, they're not dissimilar to a scheme that's previously been approved in this area. I think that probably covers all of my points.
Just to pick up, just to give a little bit more detail on the bridge, because officers are extremely aware that members are and residents are extremely concerned to see the delivery of the bridge. And what is a real benefit from the scheme is the work that we've done with the applicant and with Network Rail to ensure that we fully explore the issues about bringing forward that bridge, because it is actually a very complex thing to do, because it's not just down to the applicant, it is also down to Network Rail in terms of their land, and with the added complication of the train operator, Southern, in terms of what they use that piece of Network Rail land for. So the regeneration team, regeneration officers worked hard and commissioned a feasibility study to look at the sort of barriers and obstacles to bringing that bridge link forward. Officers now have a much better understanding about the issues of bringing that bridge link forward. And as Nicola said, there is a timing issue, which means that we can't bring it forward right at the beginning because of the need to bring forward the affordable housing first. But there is now a very detailed and thought-through mechanism in Section 106 to ensure that the bridge link is brought forward as soon as possible, basically within 12 months of the implementation on site. That will start to trigger the work between the applicant and Network Rail to ensure that the bridge can come forward. So instead of it being sort of some sort of wish list on the end of a Section 106 that will be implemented at some point in the future, there is now a much firmer programme about bringing the bridge link forward.
Okay, thank you. We'll open this up to the committee. I'll just start by saying I think this is a really positive example of Place Review Panel, ourselves through pre-apps, our officers working with developer in actually bringing forward and developing a scheme that we have seen change significantly. Everything from the absolute insistence that the bridge link was actually delivered as part of the scheme. I'm sure most, if not all of us, will recall that wasn't necessarily given in the scheme that we first saw when it came to pre-app. The retention of the trees on the corner, or most of them, which is really important aspect of the within the local townscape, and also a significant increase in the amount of affordable housing on the site, with the whole of the Cherry Orchard Garden site now being proposed as affordable, with a 22-78 tenure split, not quite as high as we'd like on the 22, but delivering the same number of what is already what's slightly bizarrely called the implemented scheme. Most of you will have noticed that the scheme isn't there for the 54-storey tower, but presumably there's a piece of footing or a pile or something in the ground that means that it's actually implemented. Not started, implemented. So I think the scheme it's really positive to see the way that the scheme has actually developed. I think we do need to be aware of the cost of actually delivering the bridge link and the piazza. I think the piazza will be a real benefit to Cherry Orchard Road generally, and the entrance into the station there clearly will be beneficial, as well as the link, the footbridge element across. Will be a real benefit to the local community. It is good, really good to see what I think is probably going to be a deliverable scheme. I mean, it's much more in keeping with the scale of buildings we've already seen. I was never a fan of the 54-storey tower. I think if you had a development where in the CGIs, most of the CGIs showed the top chopped off because it didn't fit in the images, that says something about if that height of the building is actually right or not. Whereas these, the scale of these two towers, less than half that, I think is going to be deliverable, and the homes that will be accommodated within them, I think, much more likely to be delivered, and we hear potentially start on site this year. This is an area that's very varied in character, and I can fully understand many local residents sort of raising eyebrows and concerns regarding the type of building that is here. But we need to face facts. This is an area that already, and has for many, many decades, been a sort of transition area, and quite a sharp transition area between the sort of East Croydon, Addiscombe edge suburb and the town centre, and has for many years had tall buildings, very monolithic, very modernist buildings in the area. Towers that were on this site have come down. And it's also an area that is changing within that sort of mixed character as well, with the developments, Mentor 1 towers, or Morello 1, that have already been delivered. So I think it is a good scheme. I think it's developed very positively, with some very many positive characteristics to it, and will deliver those positives for the town. So I think I know the officers have spent a lot of time and a lot of effort negotiating very hard with the developers on this as well, to get the very, very important aspects, particularly around the affordable housing, agreed. And thanks to them for the work that they've done on that. I think where we are is as good as a delivery, as good as a project as we can get, that is reasonable, and hence I'm moving the officer's recommendation for approval. Councillor Audley.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I think it's a comprehensive overview. I would similarly add my voice to disappointment there isn't more affordable housing as made by a local councillor, and indeed the split of housing isn't what we would want either. But we have made good progress, and I think, confident we've pushed as far as we can go. So I would second approval, and hope the scheme wishes well.
Before Sean has a word in my ear, I should say that's moving approval on both applications. So that's for the development and for the bridge link as well. Councillor Audley, are you similarly moving both of those?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I think, as you've already said, the scheme has come a long way from when we saw it at pre-app in the last year or so. I think it's providing much-needed residential, commercial, public spaces and the regeneration benefits that will bring for the locality. And the bridge link has always been a request from all of us. It's been vital to get that east-west pedestrian link connected and opened. And I commend the officers for their work with the applicants and Network Rail for negotiating that required Section 106 agreement to ensure that that bridge link does come forward as part of this scheme. So I'm happy to support the scheme.
Okay, thank you. Can I see anybody else wishing to? Councillor Kabir?
Just want to say this. I think it's look beautiful the way it's DGI and CGI, and I hope people will be enjoying their 456 dwelling, and that's what we need in Croydon. So I'm going to support it.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else? No. In that case, we've got the one motion completed. I think we need to vote on both of the applications separately. But one motion completed for the main application first, so that's for the actual development. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Audsley. Can I see those in favour?
That's unanimous.
So those approved unanimously. And then, quite importantly as well, the bridge link, the missing link. Can I see those in favour of that? That's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Audsley.
That's unanimous.
And that's unanimously approved as well. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Moving on, item 6.2, which is here somewhere. 119 Purley Oaks Road. Presenting officer is Mr. Smith. When you're ready, Pete, please.
Thank you, Chair. Playing musical chairs. Sorry about that. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, this application is for the redevelopment of 119 Purley Oaks Road in South Croydon. The proposal is to deliver four units onto the front of Purley Oaks Road, and then 2 additional units accessed off a rear cul-de-sac known as Wetton Close. Moving through the slides, this is an aerial photograph of the site. You can see it's got a single dwelling on the site at the moment on a fairly substantial plot. You can see to the south there are a pair of sort of 2-storey, 3-storey semi-detached properties, and that's very much a feature of Purley Oaks Road. As you can see to the north, you can see Wetton Close with a number of detached properties, but also towards the top of the slide there are a group of flats, flatted accommodation, which again is accessed off Wetton Close. Wetton Close is in fact adopted highway, although it is owned by the site itself, but it is maintained at the public expense by the local highway authority. Moving to some photographs, we have here the site at the moment. So this is a photograph off Purley Oaks Road. See, this has had quite a long planning history, this site. So you can see from the papers that there's been a number of planning applications, a number of planning permissions. I think it's fair to say the applicant has been, or previous applicants have been keen to maximise the development opportunity of this site, looking at development onto Purley Oaks Road, but then exploring opportunities of having some development towards the rear of the site. The site slopes up from Purley Oaks Road, which is really part of the challenge to deal with a development at the rear of the site, accessed off Witten Close, as I've said. Moving to the next slide, these are the sort of part 2, part 3 story sort of semi-detached properties that I referred to earlier, which is very much you know, the emerging scheme before us this evening seeks to replicate a similar built form and sort of follows the same building line as those existing properties. Moving to the next slide, this view is again from the front garden of the application property, just getting a relationship with the adjacent properties. And then moving on, this is within the rear garden. You can see the slope, you know, the sloping nature of the site. And if you can see just towards the that sort of fence there is in fact the proposed gap that will be created at the end of Wetton Close to actually gain access into the site to provide access to the development proposed at the rear, which I'll come to in a minute. This is a photograph in Wetton Close. See, it's fairly heavily parked. This is in fact the area where these two cars are parked. It was in fact a turning head. So that is required for refuse vehicles to be able to turn on Wetton Close and get out in a forward gear. So a lot of the parking within Wetton Close is not necessarily authorised, or it causes problems for the proper management of that piece of highway. As I say, all the properties, you can see some garaging at the side here, so Wetton Close properties have either got garage parking, forecourt parking or garage parking, so there's no real need for people to park and cause problems on the highway. Moving on to the current application, as you can see, we have four units proposed, all family units onto Purley Oaks Road, each having 2 car parking spaces, similar to the semi-detached properties next door. Good quality amenity space at the rear. And so looking at the planning history, which is in the papers, there was a planning appeal which was considered a year and a half ago, where we'd refused planning permission mostly on the sort of issues at the rear of the site rather than the frontage, and the planning inspector was very comfortable with the principle of 4 units onto the frontage, again mirroring the form and layout of the properties next door. As you can see, the proposal, so that is a similar approach. The current scheme is a similar approach to that previous scheme. The area that has changed quite significantly in our view, Chair, is the development at the rear, which I'll come to in a minute, which is proposed to be off Wetton Close, with 2 parking spaces for each of those units. Again, they are family accommodation, so overall the proposal seeks planning permission for 6 family units, which, as we know, is very much in need in the borough. Moving to the next slide, these are the elevational treatment of the proposed frontage buildings, and you can see in terms of scale and mass, proportions, and the way in which they present themselves is very similar to the properties I've previously drawn your attention to. The scheme at the rear is taking a much more contemporary approach to the issues of a sloping site. If you can see, I don't think you can. It's difficult to see on the image, but if you see, if you can follow my cursor, there's a sort of hip roof there, outlined in blue, and a further hipped roof. Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon. Okay. You can see there's a sort of ridged, sort of hipped roof detail there, and then as you can see further down there, there's a further one at the lower part of the site. They were the areas that the inspector found compromising in many ways in terms of 2 separate detached properties rather than something looking at a cohesive whole, but also looking at the rather sort of contrived approach of how one deals with changes in levels and how it's actually viewed from Wetton Close. the scheme, as you can see on plan here, seeks to have a frontage element, which are this sort of brickwork frontage here, which is the primary detail as you look from Wetton Close, but then having very much recessed elements to the side. This element enclosing a staircase taking you up to the upper floor, which is in this area, but this area here also being very much set back. So in terms of its proportions, it's very much of a smaller and more muted impact from Wetton Close, which was very much the approach that the inspector took. He wanted to see something that was much more smaller in scale and took a much less intrusive approach to design. It's a contemporary approach, but we feel it's an appropriate way to deal with sites sensitively with the change in level. So the proposal seeks to have a basement accommodation, which clearly is mostly hidden, because of the change in the levels, but then having this two-storey frontage and then sat-back elements. Moving to the next slide, and again, I'll leave you with this image, which is very much a view giving the sort of rather muted scale that we have of that two-storey element with the sat-back treatment. Chair, the planning permission is to grant planning permission. It is providing, in our view, 6 very good quality family units, all with the amenity space that one would be expecting. The previous inspector found that the scheme, the previous 2 detached units were very much acceptable in terms of residential amenity of neighbours. So there were no previous concerns on the appeal around its impact in terms of overlooking, privacy or loss of daylight and sunlight or outlook. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions to clarification? Councillor Wimborne.
Is there any loss of trees from this application?
No, there were not. No, there was a TPO imposed on the site. There was a TPO, but there were no trees proposed to be lost as part of this application.
Okay, we have no further questions. We have a number of people wishing to address us, who I believe are on the way down the stairs now. So we have Sana Namazi, and we have Petra Hirschman, and we also have Councillor Lynn Hale. So if you'd all like to take a seat, please. Okay, you'll all have up to 3 minutes to tell us about your point of view, starting with Sana Namazi. You're probably going to find it better to sit down in terms of being able to speak to the microphone. So if it's up to you, you can stand if you want, but... Okay, when you're ready. You just need to push the button to turn the... That's it.
Right. Okay, you can hear me. Thank you. Lovely. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sana Namazi. I live in Wetton Close, as you've just seen, and it's been described to you. I'm one of the 27 flat owners and directors of a freehold company which owns the blocks 5, 7 and 9 in Wetton Close. Just want to say one thing about the parking. We don't have a problem with the refuge turning around in the parking area. In fact, there's not enough parking. There are 27 flats with about 2 people in each dwelling and not enough parking, but this is not about parking. Pertinent to this application is a boundary wall that borders the rear of 119 Purley Oaks Road, which is at the top of the approach into Wetton Close, and the fence panels were kind of signposting you to where that boundary wall is. I'm objecting to the access proposed in this application on the following grounds. Firstly, that ownership of the boundary wall I sent some documents earlier yesterday. Document A is a letter from Croydon Council to Julie Mitchell, a former chair, stating that the council don't own the wall, only up to the pavement, and I'll pick up on that point later on. Owners commissioned the services of a boundary expert to determine the ownership of the wall, and we did this in January 2016, and I've sent you document B, which is the boundary wall report, which said that the wall was joint or probably owned by the flat owners. We then commissioned the services of a barrister to get an opinion on the boundary wall report. See document C, the barrister's letter. He further asserts some other points. The application provided does not provide legal access. Document D, design and access statement for this application, contains an outdated condition, or condition 11 was breached for 10 years and the breach is now legal, so the condition cannot be enforced. If you see the points 1 to 5 in our barrister's letter, and document E, the supporting case law to support that statement. Access rights are not enforceable because if the breach is not enforceable, again, that's picked up in our barrister's letter and another case law. Our barrister also highlights that maintenance of the wall is further evidence of ownership, and since we repaired the wall and the panels after the storm damage of December 2013, joint ownership falls away. Again, that's picked up by a barrister. And lastly, grounds for objection is ownership of a ransom strip, the land under the wall. Having established ownership of the wall and the council's ownership up to the pavement, ownership of land and under the wall, and the wall itself belongs to us, the flat owners, and 115 Purley Oaks Road. This means the wall and the land cannot be crossed without our permission. We have shared these documents with Osborne Securities Limited in 2016, 2 years ago, and there's been no legal challenge to these statements or anything claiming ownership. Oh, no. I just wanted one request, one condition. May I? It's a quick condition, just to have a written agreement or no access. The council are having a written agreement.
Thank you. Okay, I'll give Ms. Hirschman a few seconds in addition. So when you're ready, please.
Okay. Hi.
Hi, everyone. Could you just bear with us 1 second?
Yeah.
Ms. Namazi, could you turn off your microphone, please? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hi there. So I'm Petra Hirschman. I'm speaking on behalf of Osborne Securities, who is the applicant for this planning application. I wanted to give you a timeline for my involvement with this site. We applied to build 2 pairs of semi-detached houses at the front of this site and 2 detached houses to the rear of this site. In April 2016, we submitted this application after going through the pre-application service at Croydon Council, and it was deemed an acceptable scheme at the pre-app stage. However, the Council reviewed their opinion once the application had been formally submitted and decided that the scheme was not satisfactory. We therefore decided to withdraw the application. We changed our application in line with feedback from Croydon Council and resubmitted our application in December 2016. This application was also refused and then further dismissed at appeal. The basis for dismissal were views based on the 2 houses at the rear of the site. It was deemed that the 2 detached properties at the rear of the site were too tall, they were 3 stories high, they were too close proximity to each other, and that the roofs were too steeply sloping. In August 2017, we applied once again for 2 pairs of semi-detached houses at the front of the site and 2 detached houses to the rear of the site. The houses fronting Purley Oaks Road remain unchanged, as there were no concerns raised by the appeal officers in this regard. However, we made alterations to the detached houses to the rear of the site. We made them less wide in order to increase the distance between the 2 houses from 0.9 to 2.4 metres. We removed the balcony from the top floor, and we reduced the ridge height. We also put more distance between the facade of the houses at the rear, between the facade and the road, to enable more soft landscaping. However, Croydon Council still felt that these detached houses were too dominating, and they asked us to reduce the massing and scale of them, which is when we produced this alternative application, which they have now recommended for approval. Reading through the objections record and obviously listening to Sana, it's clear to us that the Committee of Sadie House Management, which represents the owners and directors of Wetton Close, feel that they own a small wall between our land and the public highway. We entirely dispute this claim. We do not believe there to be a ransom strip of any sort, but we are aware that the claim would need to be resolved before any building works were commenced. Incidentally, Croydon Council granted permission for the demolition and replacement of Two Ways, which is a neighbouring property, and this exact same access point was going to be used. This issue should not have a bearing on granting planning permission, as it's not a planning issue. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hale.
Thank you, Chairman. I do appreciate the principle of the 4 houses fronting Purley Oaks Road has been accepted both in previous planning applications and by the planning inspector at appeal last year. My concerns remain around the nature of the 2 units, numbered 5 and 6, at the rear of the site and their impact upon the character of the local environment. I do appreciate the amendments which have been made to the drawings for these units. However, I still think the proposal for 2 units in this location is unacceptable. As the inspector said with regard to the 2017 appeal for 2 dwellings on this site, the site has a pleasant sense of spaciousness with a large garden of number 119 and backdrop of mature trees, contributing strongly to that. The proposed 2 dwellings, due to their 3-storey height, close proximity to each other and steeply sloping roofs, would combine to have a substantial and dominating massing effect and appear cramped on the site. Whilst the steeply sloping roofs issue has been addressed, the new drawings for the 2 now semi-detached houses still show 3 storeys, lower ground, upper ground and first floor, and they'll be even closer because they're now joined together, just increasing the massing effect. The Inspector at Appeal added the proposed 2 detached dwellings would have an obtrusive and jarring effect on the currently spacious setting around the end of Wetton Close, including the rear garden of the appeal site and its verdant backdrop. I say that this proposal would have the same effect. The Inspector concluded that the proposal would therefore cause unacceptable harm to the character and appearance of the surrounding area. He acknowledged the benefit of providing the additional family dwellings, but stated that this benefit would be small and insufficient to outweigh the unacceptable harm referred to. This was a strong appeal decision made less than a year ago in June 2017, and I therefore hope that you will refuse this application on the same grounds. That said, should the committee feel the scheme is approvable, then I would support the proposal for a condition for a construction logistics plan and that the condition around satisfactory access from Wetton Close, which has been requested, be added. This condition was applied to the consent granted for a single detached 3-bedroom house on this site back in 2012. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Do officers have anything further they wish to add, particularly on the material or otherwise implications of the access?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, if you look at the addendum, we did, same as... is it Nizami? I apologise. Did drop members a line on these documents, and we have referred to that document in the addendum, just for the record. But the issues raised are a private matter between the applicant and those residents of Wetton Close, and it is not a material planning consideration. And I think the other issue is that the application is proposing an access, and it's absolutely right that this committee considers that access. It's part of the application, so there's no way in which a condition can be imposed restricting access, because that is part of the application. But clearly, if there are legal issues between the parties, then, as the applicant has said, that needs to be and will be resolved, presumably, as part of their ongoing debate and discussions around those legal issues. We are entirely, it has had a very long planning history, as I said in my presentation, and we are satisfied that the objections and the comments that the inspector raised have been satisfactorily dealt with. It's a different built form, but we feel that it's of a much more sensitive approach in terms of its scale. And I think what's been significant are the setbacks on the sides, but actually, when you view it from Wetton Close, it does look a much more proportionate and adequate response to that view. So, Chair, we do continue, as I say, the recommendation is to approve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. open this on to the committee. Councillor Perry.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Clearly, there's no issue with the frontage development of this particular scheme. I think that's been accepted across the board. But the backland development remains the key issue here. And I think really the report and the officers feel that what's being proposed now overcomes the previous inspector's decision. For me, I don't think it does overcome the previous inspector's concerns around the site, and those concerns were around the detrimental impact on the surrounding area. And I think the move towards a very modern, contemporary design kind of opens up other problems with this backland development. And I don't think the contemporary element works in this particular area. It's totally out of keeping with the area. And the fact that it is so out of keeping kind of highlights the fact it shouldn't be there. So for me, I think the scheme doesn't work. And I would move refusal for unacceptable siting and design detrimental to the character of the area. Thank you.
Councillor Clancy, then I'll come in myself.
Thank you, Chair. I agree and would second the motion to refuse this application. As we heard from Councillor Hale, in his 2017 decision, the inspector said that the proposed two dwellings would combine to have a substantial and dominating massing effect, appear cramped on the site, despite the staggered height due to the slope of the land, and they would have an obtrusive and jarring effect on the currently spacious setting around the end of Wetton Close, including the rear garden of the appeal site and its verdant backdrop. I don't think, with all respect to Mr Smith, that the setbacks and the scale of this development does sufficiently address the inspector's concerns, so I will support Councillor Perry's motion to refuse this application, because I think it continues to cause unacceptable harm to the character and appearance of the surrounding area.
Okay. I'd have to say I think the previous inspector's decision is an interesting one, in so much that he only appears to have looked in one direction, towards 119 from Wetton Close, because he was turned round 90 degrees and looked up the hill towards the three blocks of flats, and then round another 90 degrees at the sea of garages with their flat roofs, and then round a little bit further at number 3, which is set inboard of the main street frontage buildings, and then taken into consideration the proximity of that to number 1, he would have seen a site that was actually quite densely developed, and where the character had changed quite significantly, and the property that's out of kilter with the character of the local area is number 119. It's an older property sitting in a large plot where most of those have long, it would appear, since gone. So actually, I think the scheme as proposed actually is in keeping with the evolving character and developing character of the area. The two pairs of houses at the front are clearly have a close relationship to those immediately next door. The ones to the rear will be seen from limited viewpoints. And what's wrong with having a bit of a design that's different? Frankly, Wetton Close was very different when it was developed from from number 119. Look at the style of those buildings, very different. The level of difference between the more modern developments in the area, with their sort of neoclassical sort of detailing on an otherwise sort of typical sort of 1970s, 1980s sort of development, are out of kilter and out of keeping with other properties in the immediate area. So the character of the area is very mixed, is very varied, and so two garden type units, as we can see on the perspective view behind us and on the screen over there, is limited, muted, it's broken down, so you get the sort of that double sort of bay frontage is the main thing you see, with the darker cladding very recessive to the back, with the existing trees retained. Again, a sort of feature from what I can see of the surrounding area of retained trees set within the later developments. All works very well. Provides 6 good-sized, good family homes, all of them 4 beds, very much needed in the borough. and would sit in this location in a way that would not be detrimental to the overall character of the area. So I'm happy to move the officer's recommendation for approval. Can I see anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Kabir.
I second that exactly, because we need another 6 4-bedroom homes. We can do with that because there are a lot of families need this kind of housing. And as you said, it's at the back. Previously, it was a bit higher. It has been reduced. What more, so there was some changes, and I have no hesitation in moving the approval, seconding the approval. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Can I see anybody else wishing to speak or move? No. In that case, we have 2 motions completed. The first of those was for refusal, moved by Councillor Perry, seconded by Councillor Clancy, on grounds of the siting of the proposed buildings and the design in relation to the character of the local area. That's all fair summary? Yep. So we'll take that motion first, and then the second motion was for approval, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Kabir. So for the first one of those, for refusal, can I see those in favour of refusal?
That's 4.
And those against?
That was 5.
And abstentions?
1. Thank you.
1 abstention. So that motion falls. Can I see those in favour of approval?
5.
And those against?
4 against.
And abstentions?
And 1 abstention. Thank you.
So that is approved. Thank you. Okay, that moves us on to the last item of the evening, item 6.1. We don't have anybody wishing to address us on this application. We'll move hopefully quite quickly through this one. Presenting officer is Matt. When you're ready, please, Matt.
Thank you, Chair. I'm presenting item 6.1, which proposes the demolition of the existing buildings and the erection of a Part 3, Part 4-storey building comprising ground floor commercial space, 23 flats, with associated landscaping and servicing. Here's the site plan, and turning first to the wider surrounding area. To the north and west is the Croydon flyover and Wandle Road car park. To the east and south are traditional residential properties in Lord Street and Wandle Street. The site is within the Croydon Metropolitan Centre, and the town centre is located to the north-east of the site. The site itself is currently occupied by a variety of buildings, including a 3-storey building with a place of rest, a ground floor and residential units above, and a mix of single-storey structures associated with the commercial use. The site, in a wider context, is outside of any heritage designations, but the site is within flood zones 2 and 3. However, the flood risk of the proposal has been considered by the Environment Agency and the local lead flood authority, and is considered acceptable subject to conditions. Moving to some site photographs, this view is looking southwest across the application site, taken with my back to Wandle Road car park. The key things to note is the location of the existing 3-storey building and the relationship of the site to the Croydon flyover. This view looks east across the site, back towards the town centre in this direction, and the photograph shows the variety of the existing structures on the site. As I mentioned before, the 3-storey building, but also some single and 2-storey buildings currently in use as the funeral director's place of rest. The penultimate photograph shows the relationship between the existing structures and the adjacent residential property here on Sheldon Street. The vehicular access shown in this photograph is proposed to be retained to provide access to disabled car parking spaces provided by the development. And the final photograph just really provides further detail on the scale of the existing building on site, and also just gives some further detail on how the commercial unit is kind of spread across the site at ground floor level. turning members' attentions towards the proposal, this site plan shows the footprint of the proposed building at ground floor level, and moving right to left across the frontage on Sheldon Street, point out 2 disabled car parking spaces, and then the 3 separate entrances to the 2-bedroom flats at ground floor level, before the main entrance to the upper floors and the residential buildings, which also provides access to the cycle storage and the refuse storage in this location here, and then the ground floor commercial unit with basement area as well for access and storage for the commercial premises. Communal amenity space is located at the rear of the site in this area here, and it does accommodate the required amount of children's play space required by the London Mayor and also by the Croydon Local Plan. And it should be noted that each unit is provided with private amenity space that also meets the Mayor's standards. The scheme overall provides 23 flats with a 50% affordable housing provision at a 10-year mix of 25-75 in favour of shared ownership. Whilst this 10-year split does not achieve the policy-compliant position of 60-40, the overall quantum of affordable housing in a town centre location is very welcome and supported by officers. I don't intend to show a floor plan for each floor of the proposed development, but the third floor plan helps to demonstrate how the building is stepped back above ground floor level to reduce the massing of the proposed building. Whilst the built form is stepped in from each side boundary, there's also the design approach of introducing projecting bays across the front and rear elevations, which again reduces the overall bulk of the building. The proposal, in officer's opinion, results in a positive intensification in the use of the site, and the scheme has been designed to mitigate against unacceptable impacts upon adjoining occupiers, and amended during the course of the application to remove some windows from the rear elevation and also to introduce some obscure glazing. But ultimately, the window-to-window separation between the rear elevation of the proposed building and the properties in Lord Street is a minimum of 18 metres, and in officer's view that demonstrates the proposal does not have an unacceptable detrimental impact. Moving forward to the elevations. The elevations, particularly the top image here, which is the front elevation of the proposed block, helps to express the points that I was just making around the 4 projecting bays and how that provides a vertical emphasis and also helps to break up the massing of the proposed development. And other key design features, just to point out, are the deep recessed windows, which I think it's probably easy to see in some CGI images that I'm going to turn to in a second, but also the setback of the third floor, which helps to add an extra layer of articulation into the proposed development. The applicants have prepared some CGI images of the proposal, which help to provide further assurance over the quality of the scheme and set out further detail on the proposed palette of materials to be used in the development. The scheme proposes a mix of brick with a contrasting light and dark brick to be used. The use of brick is welcome and it's considered it accords with the surrounding residential character of the area and also provides a robust finish, in particular for the elevation fronting the flyover. And the final slide. To continue on the palette of materials, this slide also helps to bring out the matte bronze zinc cladding panels that are with vertical seam detail, which contrasts positively with the brickwork and again helps to reduce the overall weight of the proposed building. In summary, it is considered that the scheme provides a suitable intensification in the use of the site and of a site in the Croydon Metropolitan Centre. It deals successfully with flood risk whilst providing a significant quantum of affordable housing and an acceptable level of family-sized units in a well-designed building that responds to its surroundings, and officer's recommendation is for approval.
Okay, thank you. Questions, clarification? Councillor Audsley?
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the colouring of the brick linked to its location, flyover, just wondered if, over time it changing colour or becoming greyed would be of concern. Thank you.
No, I mean, in terms of the applicants, they've obviously put forward in the design access statement a robust justification around the use of the materials, and it was felt that brickwork and lighter brick, in contrast to other materials, would be able to stand the test of time in such a prominent location.
Okay, Councillor Chowdhury.
Thank you, Chair. Just for a clarification, they mentioned affordable rent. Because affordable rent or affordable housing, which is two different things, which one is that?
So the development provides a mix of affordable tenures with 25% of the overall number of units of the affordable quantum provided as affordable rent, and 75% of the affordable units also therefore then provided as shared ownership. So off the top of my head, I don't know exactly how many units, but there is 25% of 50 affordable as affordable rented units.
It's not affordable housing.
I think so. I think
two different things.
So the application proposes 50% of the units as affordable housing. Mm-hmm. Within that, there is a split between the two different tenures of an intermediate product, which is a shared ownership product, mm-hmm. and then the remainder of that will be provided as affordable rented product. So there's a split of different types of affordable housing within that provision.
All right. I mean, like affordable rent, which is that 80% of market rent, and affordable housing is completely different things. That's
Yes, and there is a mixture of different tenures within the development.
Okay, that's not unusual, as I'm sure you're aware. Okay, are there any further questions? No. Okay. Well, I say we've got nobody wishing to address us on this application, so we'll move straight to the committee. Councillor Audsley.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to propose approval.
Okay. And Councillor Chowdhury.
Yeah, I second it. So approval, please.
Okay. Anybody else wishing to comment? I'm going to spin this out a little bit. I think it's actually a good design, actually. I think that'll work really well. The elevations as drawn don't do it justice, but when you actually start to see the CGIs, I think they're a little bit stark in the way they're drawn, but actually I think it will be a very good scheme sitting in that location. So look forward to seeing that come forward. It's also good to see the existing business is going to be staying on site as well. So that's very positive as well. Okay, so we've got the one motion before us for approval, moved by Councillor Audsley and seconded by Councillor Chowdhury. Can I see those in favour?
That's unanimous.
So that is approved unanimously. And that brings this meeting to a close. That brings this term of the council, this council to a close as well, at the end of the season. I've sort of taken a sort of football analogy for us. We've now got a bit of a break. This could be a bit of a scrap in between, but let's hope we will be nice and friendly, as sort of friendly as it can be. We've got a couple of people I know who are long-standing members of this committee who are not standing again for election. Hopefully I can mention elections now. So Councillor Wright, who has been on the committee, that I've been on it for 16 years. Councillor Wright, Chris, you've been on it for how many years? 23 years. Wow. And Sue, how long have you been on for? 16 years as well. So that also deserves a round of applause. Depending on the results, we could well have the mayor and deputy mayor in our numbers, who won't obviously be here either, depending on the results. So, and some of the rest of you might have decided you've had enough of planning. But anyway, I think it's been an interesting 4 years. It's been a good team. We've seen it chopped and changed around a little bit, but we've seen a lot of big and important developments come forward. We might not necessarily have agreed on all of them. In fact, we've not agreed necessarily on quite a few of them, but I think we have overall. Hopefully, we can agree that we've approved a lot of really positive schemes for the future of the borough. Chris.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the applause. Just to say. Thank you for everyone for putting up with me for 23 years. Changes have been going through, huge changes to planning since I've started 23 years. But could you just say there's one thing that hasn't changed, and that's the quality of the officers. I think for the last 20 years, well, probably more, it's been fantastic, and it's no different now from what it was 23 years ago. I think that we are very lucky, and very proud. We should be very proud of the officers we've got on this in this department, and I've been very grateful for all the help they've given me over the last 23 years. I wish them well. Thank you.
Well, I just feel I ought to respond on behalf of the officers. Thank you very much, Councillor Wright. Really enjoyed working with yourselves and all members as well, and wish you best of luck in the future. And yeah, thank you very much. We do appreciate it.
Chairman's drinks.